Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the March meeting of the BCP Planning Committee. Before we get down to discussing the applications before us today, I'll hand over to the Democratic Services Officer, Ms Hollyoak, to deal with housekeeping arrangements.
Thank you, Chair. Please note this meeting of the Planning Committee is being recorded by the Council for live broadcast and will be published on the website for a minimum of 6 months. The meeting may also be recorded or streamed for live or subsequent broadcast by members of the public, although ultimate discretion in this matter lies with the Chair. For those in the room, please note if the fire alarm sounds, please exit the building by way of the nearest available signed fire exit route and make your way to the assembly point along Bradley Road under the flyover. Finally, please ensure background noise is kept to a minimum and mobile phones and other devices are turned off or switched to silent for the duration of the meeting. For those in the room, this includes turning off microphones and turning the volume down completely on your laptops. Thank you.
Thank you. And do we have any apologies for absence?
Yes, we have apologies from Councillor John Challoner, Councillor David Flagg, Councillor Peter Sidaway and Councillor Joe Clements. And substitute members, we have Councillor Karen Rampton here for Councillor Challoner.
Thank you. So I'll ask everyone present to introduce themselves and their role in this meeting. I'll start. My name is Marion Lepedvin. I'm a councillor for Newtown and Heatherlands Ward in the Old Pool, and I'm chair of Planning Committee.
Morning, Paul Hilliard, Muddyford, Stampit and West Highcliffe councillor and chair of Planning Committee.
I'm Matt Gillett, councillor for Talbot and Branksome Woods.
Councillor Felicity Rice, councillor in Oakdale Ward.
Sharon Carr-Brown, councillor in Queen's Park and Charminster.
Gillian Martin, councillor in Boscombe West.
Michael Tarling, councillor for Christchurch Town.
Kate Salmon, councillor for Moordown.
Karen Rampton, councillor for Talbot and Branksome Woods Ward.
Cameron Adams, councillor for Kinson.
Brian Hitchcock, councillor for Hamworthy.
Sophie Leon, senior urban design officer.
Ruth Bovey, senior conservation officer.
Robert Firth, senior solicitor.
David Hodges, development management manager.
Simon Gould, also development management manager.
John Bishop, head of planning.
Thank you, everybody. And additionally, there will be officers on teams. I see the first one already standing by, case officers and other officers that we may need to call on for expert help. So the first item on the agenda is declarations of interest. Has anyone got any declarations of interest? If you think of anything as we go along, please declare them then. And the next item is the confirmation of the minutes of the last meeting. Is everybody happy that I signed them as an accurate record?
Great.
Thank you. So after the officer presentation on each application, we'll hear public speakers followed by any ward councillors and any other councillors. We'll talk about that. I'll introduce them as we go along. So we're into the schedule of planning applications. We've got 7 to look at today. The first one is land adjoining 1 Upper Terrace Road, Bournemouth, and the case officer, Darren Henry, is standing by on screen ready to present the case to us.
Hello, can everybody hear me?
That's fine, Darren. Thank you. Carry on.
Okay. Just trying to get the slideshow going here. Bear with me. Sorry, but I can't see the from beginning on my tab.
So I think it's at the far left under file.
Oh, sorry. Far left in the file. No.
No, go back.
Slideshow. Oh, there from beginning. Sorry, everyone. Okay. This application is for the erection of a 5 to 6 story block of 31 flats consisting of 22 2-bedroom flats and 9 1-bedroom flats with integral bin and cycle stores. It's an outline application and includes access, appearance, layout and scale with landscaping to be reserved. This shows an aerial view of the Bournemouth town centre, outlined in red. Here is the application site. Adjacent to the application site is the Grade 2 listed terraces. This is Upper Terrace Road here, and opposite the application site is at Hampton Hotel, Hilton Hotel, and to the rear is Terrace Road. This is another view of the application site. Here again, you can see a Hilton Hotel, Upper Terrace Road, and the terraces here. The site is relatively close to Westcliff and Pool Hill Conservation Area. This is the outline of the conservation area here and the application site here. The key issues with this application relate to the design and appearance, impact on listed terraces, and no affordable housing provision. This is the site layout. The green areas here indicate where the landscaping will be going. This is the rear of the development facing Terrace Road. The front here facing Upper Terrace Road. Inside here, the bicycle storage and the bin storage areas with access into the flats through here. Again, adjacent to the application site is the Victorian Grade 2 listed terraces. This shows the front elevation facing Upper Terrace Road. And whilst some revisions were made to the application during the assessment, much of the significant recommendations were not taken on board. This includes the failure to articulate the building and follow the slope of the terrace here by stepping down the roof line in context with the listed terraces here, which show you how it steps down and follows the contour of the road. The building has a very flat appearance, and is very blocky. The rooftop accommodation is very much more practical than aesthetic, and has a sense of the enclosure of a plant. This next slide shows the rear elevation. This elevation faces Terrace Road, and the application site would be along this area here. The main issue with this is the lack of an active frontage here along the street view. It's has an unattractive blank appearance. The people in the background here gives you an indication of the scale and height of this blank elevation. There's a similar wall opposite the site here, so it would have an even more oppressive appearance than this wall here. This view is the west elevation, and it would be adjacent to the listed terraces. Just to get your bearings, here is Terrace Road and Upper Terrace Road. And this is where the, on this side of the road would be where the Hilton and Hampton Hotel are. This is the east elevation as viewed from the bottom of Upper Terrace Road. The plan here is somewhat distorted, but gives an indication of where the access into the site would be, the bike access and bin storage access. So in essence, basically, whilst some revisions have been made, the development fails to follow the slope of Upper Terrace Road, and as such remains flat and boxy and lacks articulation. Moreover, in comparison with the previous application, additional levels have been added, increasing the height by approximately 3 meters, further exacerbating the scale of the proposal. The new proposal also introduces the blank frontages to Terrace Road, and furthermore, the roofline fails to follow the topography of the road, creating a predominantly flat one-dimensional roofline as opposed to the roofline of the listed terraces, which stagger in symmetry with the ascent along Terrace Road, Upper Terrace Road. These photos show the listed terraces. As can be seen on the right here, it's a very detailed frontage here, very impressive, high quality design with original railings and gates. Over on the left slide here, that shows you the terraces step down and follows the contour of the Upper Terrace Road. These are further photographs. This photograph here is taken from the top of Upper Terrace Road, looking down towards the application site. Again, it's noticeable that this side of the road is more residential housing, and this side of the road is more of the commercial and flatted developments. Here on the bottom left is you can see the terraces slope down nicely, and over on the right here, these are from towards the bottom of Upper Terrace Road, looking up to the top there. On the right here is the application site. Again, here towards the bottom of Upper Terrace Road, again showing the application site and proximity of the Hampton Hotel here. The Victorian Grade 2 listed terraces are comprised of 9 houses, and they date back from the 1850s. All are 3 stories and include basement and attic. The special architectural and historic interest that merits its Grade 2 listing are due to the quality of the frontage, including the use of stucco, yellow brick, pilasters, arch windows, cornices, sash windows, and wrought iron gates and railings. Planning officers are of the view that whilst the harm to the listed terraces will be less than substantial, the public benefits are quite limited and would mainly benefit the construction industry during the development stage, and potentially slightly increase the footfall within the town centre. Notwithstanding, planning officers do not consider such benefits outweigh the harm to the heritage asset. The proposal would be domineering in the street scene, particularly when set against the more modest listed terraces, thereby impacting upon the views towards the asset. That would be both prominent and distracting feature which would permanently change the character of the heritage asset. In essence, then, the proposal would fail to take the opportunity to enhance or better reveal the heritage asset. It is further considered that the proposal would cause detrimental impact on the significance of the Grade 2 listed row of terraces, thereby failing, as set out in paragraph 212 of the National Planning Policy Framework, to take the opportunity to enhance or better reveal the significance of the heritage asset. These computer generated images are provided by the applicant. From this image, you can see the generated image of the block of flats here, which are domineering in relation to the flats along Terrace Road here. Again, this is a view of the rear facing Terrace Road here. Again, you can see the building is quite domineering, particularly in relation to the listed terraces here and against these flats here along Terrace Road. The building looks very blocky here and lacking any articulation. Again, and the rooftop again is also very blocky, more practical and lacks any aesthetic value. Another similar image sent through by the applicant, which again shows that the position of the building here is quite domineering, particularly in relation to these flats along Terrace Road. It's quite noticeable that there are no computer generated images taken along Upper Terrace Road, which would give a clearer indication of how it impacts the listed terraces. Housing affordability presents challenges in meeting the council's housing needs. A key priority of the housing strategy is to improve housing options, including meeting housing needs. The estimate of the total current affordable housing need, as set out in the Dorset and BCP Local Housing Needs Assessment, from which this table here has been taken, shows that there's around 5,600 households in the council area that are in need of affordable housing. This equates to around the need of 332 affordable dwellings per year. The council's affordable housing policy, AH1, requires 40% of the total units to be affordable housing. In this instance, the requirement equates to the provision of 12 affordable housing units. The DVS evaluated the scheme could deliver 10 affordable housing units and still remain profitable. However, the applicant does not agree with the DVS evaluation and has not entered into a legal agreement to provide any affordable housing, contrary to the policy AH1. In conclusion, the provision of the new housing would not, in this instance, achieve such public benefits to outweigh the less than substantial harm to the listed terraces, and therefore the proposal would not contribute to sustainable development in accordance with the provisions of the National Planning Policy Framework. Furthermore, the proposals fail to enhance or better reveal the significance of the designated listed terraces and are therefore contrary to the requirement of paragraph 212 of the National Planning Policy Framework. Additionally, the applicant has not engaged in a Section 106 legal agreement with regards to the provision of a financial mitigation payment towards the Dorset Heathlands, as well as in agreeing to provide on-site affordable housing. That's the end of this presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Henry. We have two speakers in support of this application. Remember, you divide the time between you. We have Eddie Fitzsimmons and David James. So if you'd like to come up to the mic on the end of the table. As I say, you have the time to share between you, and it will be timed, and I'm quite strict on sticking to the times.
Yeah, do my very best. Madam Chair, thank you very much. You'll be addressed by two individuals, David and myself this morning, South African accent and a Scottish accent. Don't be fooled by that. We live in this town. We've lived here for many, many years, and we care for the town, and we generally want to regenerate this area. All I want to try and do today is cover 3 points briefly in my 2.5 minutes. First of all, the 106 agreement. We've not signed an 106 agreement, for the simple reason being that the 106 agreement, we're still waiting for the figures to come back from the valuation office. To give an example of that, to give you the journey, we started doing a 31 scheme here many years ago with undercroft parking for parking units. We had to change that because the policy changed for the town centre not to encourage car parking. So we changed that, and then between the time of changing that, the market's changed and the economy flattened. So we generally went back in for 100% affordable housing in this scheme. That's what we were doing. So there was no need for the DOV to actually do any 106 at the time. What actually happened is we were going along with the scheme for 100% affordable, and then astonishingly, the social housing companies pulled out. They didn't want it, and they didn't want it for the simple reason, which is astonishing. I've never known it in 30 years, because they didn't want it in the town centre because of the ASBO, the antisocial behaviour in the town centre. That is an incredible statement for social housing to pull out and say that Bournemouth is a no-go area for social housing. So therefore, in my opinion, we need to regenerate this area. We need to regenerate this area by putting good housing in there. We've got to encourage people to live in the town centre, using the local cafes, the boutiques, the area. If you invest in an area, then people take pride in what they're doing, and it actually recycles and regenerates. If you leave it barren and empty up, despaired, fly-tip area, that's what it becomes. Two other areas I just want to simply cover. First of all, the social housing is we will enter into a 106 agreement, and we'll sign the Heathlands once we get the viability back from the DOV. Second one is, I read in the Echo this morning, there is 6,000 households waiting for accommodation in Bournemouth. 6,000. We have a 2.3-year housing supply out of 5 years. And we also, as I'm sure you're fully aware of, we have the brownfield reform legislation coming in this year, which basically says any brownfield site should be given planning unless it's exceptional circumstances. This isn't exceptional circumstances in this area. This is a local listed building with a facade. If you look at the rear of the facade, it's an eyesore. This part of the town generally needs regeneration, and what I would actually implore upon you, if you are minded to go with the officer's recommendation, I'd simply ask you to defer it, do a site meeting, go down to that part of the town, look why the social housing landlords don't want to be there, have a look at it, and see for yourself that this town badly needs regeneration, and hopefully allow us to invest in it. Thank you very much.
Sorry, can you just pause our timing there, because the wrong image is on the screen. I'd ask for a different image to be put on for my presentation. So while we wait, here it is. Thank you. If I can just address the committee, thank you very much. Thank you. What you've got to look at is the
Chair.
they're talking about.
Chair, sorry, can I just interrupt? Can the gentleman remain near the microphone, because otherwise people can't hear on the remote?
Rob, it will pick it up.
Will it pick it up?
It will.
Okay.
So what we've got to talk about is this locally listed facade here is what everyone's going on about, is that sanctity in the town centre. However, the local authority granted planning permission for that building there, that building there, and that building there, directly opposite this facade. You deemed it acceptable to build that scale, bulk, mass, and building design right in front of the terraces. Our building is down the side of it and away. We fill in an empty space in the town centre. We submitted a pre-app. In the pre-app, all that we were asked to do was to put a gap in here and to set this in and create this mansard roof style architecture that they would like to see in the position. We looked at the pattern of the windows to match what was the surrounding area. We looked at the height, we looked at the bulk, we looked at the setting. What you can see from here is there's a large gap here between here, but these terraces that are locally listed are an absolute mishmash to the rear. They are ugly, they're horrible, they're dirty. There's graffiti. They overpower this scheme that's to the back there, but that's part of the character of the area. What I've proposed here, I believe, is a scheme that we can be proud of. I'm very proud of the design. I think it will work well in the townscape. It's brick, it's cladding. The windows will work very well. We've looked carefully at the orientation of the building, and I believe it should be, there's an opportunity to actually give something back to the town centre. As a committee, your town is desperately in need of redevelopment, okay? we have an opportunity here to give you 31 units back into the town centre. If you are minded to not go, please go and take a site visit and actually walk that and see, see what it's like. If you are minded to grant planning permission, then I really commend you to actually make a stance in the town centre, and let's bring some regeneration back to Bournemouth. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And we have the ward councillor coming to speak at the mic now. Councillor Hazel Allen.
Morning, Chair, morning, committee. Thank you for allowing me to come and speak today. I'm here on behalf of a number of residents that have approached me, residents that live on Upper Terrace Road, but also businesses within the area, guest houses and hotels. I would have called in this application if it wasn't coming to committee anyway, because I request that the committee decline the application. I happen to agree with the officer. It's a blocky, bulky, far too tall, uninspiring design. It adds nothing to the area, and I don't think it does anything for the streetscape. And I think it is inappropriate the way it adjacents to the listed row of what I feel elegant listed terraces. So I've got a number of statements that the residents have asked me to read out, if you can oblige. The sheer scale of the design is a major concern for several reasons. The proposed development utilises almost every square inch of the land on the logistically challenging road. The turning into Upper Terrace Road right by the site is very tight. Immediately opposite is a very busy car park with nowhere for trucks, lorries, contractors' vans to stop during construction. It can only be assumed that they will constantly be blocking the road or dangerously parking on the curb. Upper Terrace Road can only be accessed one way, so this is a massive safety concern for local residents and tourists, as well as causing major disruption to traffic chaos. Given the macro location of the site and the proposed development, there should surely be a construction management plan submitted which can be reviewed prior to the decision being made on the application. Another major concern is the detrimental visible impact the development would cause. Due to its mass and design, Upper Terrace Road is a listed terrace boasting impressive architectural features on the facade, which is quite unique to Bournemouth. Whilst we appreciate there has been modern development in the area, this huge development will essentially be viewed as a continuation of the terrace, and significantly harms will be caused to the visible amenity for residents in the vicinity of the site and will detract from the aesthetics of the terrace itself. High quality planting and light coloured brick cladding on a massive building are not sympathetic to the architectural merits of the listed terrace. This is a clear example of overdevelopment and trying to fit as many units as possible into one site, which is bad in itself, but a disaster when it is situated next to Grade 2 listed terrace row of houses. Whilst there is no requirement for parking provision for certain developments in the town centre under the SPD guidelines, there surely needs to be some common sense applied with the guidelines. In reality, occupants of this development will have cars, and the lack of available parking in the vicinity is already a massive issue that will be exacerbated with 31 extra flats. We constantly have to deal with cars dangerously parking on curbs, and there is no visible alternative in the area. The applicant mentions that there are several car parks in the area, but they are already oversubscribed, particularly during the summer months, and are not affordable to many people. Where will visitors, housing officers, emergency services, etc. park when attending the proposed development? There is a huge safety concern, as well as, again, ruining the character of the road. This site was previously used as a car park, and it is important to note that LPA promised to local residents the building. On several occasions, the site would be kept a car park after the construction of the Hilton Hotel a few years later. A number of residents brought this up and recalled being promised that this would remain a car park. Obviously, that's not something that anyone can really promise going forward, but this is one of the reasons why they're not very happy. They said that this is a compromise, and they feel that this does not allay fears regarding scanty parking in the area. The development is also offering no outside amenity space for the residents, which again is a concern. Where will residents congregate and smoke? The only option would be outside the front entrance of the road, which is far from ideal for local hoteliers and residents. We also need clarity on whether the building will be occupied solely by social housing or open market, as there have been contradictory statements made on this. If the social housing deal goes ahead, how will this be managed? Businesses and residents in the local area have experienced years of antisocial behaviour, including and not limited to violence, threats, drug and alcohol and drug dealing. Every one of these...
Councillor Allen, I'm afraid you've had your 5 minutes and a bit.
All right.
So could you...
Can I just finish the last paragraph, as my residents were really keen on making these points?
I shall be lenient this time.
Okay. Every one of these occurrences has been related to existing social housing in the street, which hasn't been managed appropriately. These traumatic experiences have had a serious negative effect on tourism in the area, as well as local residents' quality of life. It is imperative that more details of the housing association deal is known before decisions are made. Thank you. Sorry, it's quite a lot of information, but I do appreciate that you've let me get all the points across that my residents wanted. Thank you.
Well, thank you. So we have no more speakers registered to speak. So now it's over to the committee to ask questions of the case officer regarding further clarification. So we start with Councillor Adams, then Councillor Tarling, and then Councillor Sound.
It's the first time I've ever got him before Councillor Tarling, I think. But just in terms of the heritage harm, and when I popped down and had a look around, I thought similar to the applicant in a way where I was wondering why is this determined harmful when the block of flats directly opposite that's a similar size and structure wasn't? Is there a reason that this is determined harmful when you look around from the terraced houses? There's a big mass of buildings completely opposite.
Hello, Chair. Could I ask the Conservation Officer to take that question?
With pleasure, certainly.
Thanks, Darren. I thought this might come up. I can't really answer for my predecessors. Yeah, the setting of this listed terrace, I'll just quickly clarify, it is statutory listed grade 2. It's not locally listed, as one of the speakers suggested in their supporting speech. It's of national importance. Yes, the setting has been compromised by the Hilton and Hampton hotels. I mean, I don't know how to defend that. I mean, it was some time ago. And we've got newer versions of the MPPF now, but I mean, what I would say is, you know, do they justify further compromising the setting of it, further hemming it in, which would be my argument. I mean, you know, this is a site that, you know, it's a gap site. It you know, is a chance to enhance the setting by getting a sympathetic development providing housing, but you know, as the case officer has said, this is a you know, a large blocky development. Is it the right thing for this location? Hopefully that answers that. I'm happy to answer any other questions as they come up.
Thank you, Councillor Tarling.
Yeah, mine's a very simple question. I note on the ground plan that there's no sort of pull-in spaces for deliveries. Just wondering if that's mentioned in sort of transport policy, as we've moved away from going out and picking up our own curries or our own McDonald's. We've moved into a delivery world now where, you know, and Amazon, where we get
van drivers parking on pavements. This road isn't terribly wide. I noticed the hotel's got its own pull-in. What's the strategy there for sort of deliveries?
The highways officer had no issues on those grounds. So it seemed like it was acceptable from their point of view.
Councillor Salmon.
Thank you. So the applicant raised the issue around there being some further work to do around viability and waiting for some further information. I wondered if the case officer could just come back and comment on whether that's the case in terms of, and then so we can maybe think about in terms of the suggestion from the applicant about deferring until that information was in. Could we have some comment on that, please? Thank you.
Yes, councillor. The applicant did submit a viability assessment, which was assessed by the DVS, and they considered that the development was profitable and could provide 10 affordable housing units. The applicant and agent then rebutted the DVS's claims and sent an update statement, which I forwarded on to the DVS, and the DVS came back and stuck by their figures, and that they were using standard BCIS figures acceptable across the nation. So the applicant did actually submit a viability assessment.
Okay, thank you. That helps. Thanks.
So can I just clarify that we are not still waiting for any assessment from the DVS?
Chair, the applicant requested that they could submit a second viability assessment, and which I was waiting for. I gave them an opportunity to provide amendments so long as they took on board the heritage and design officer's comments, and several weeks had passed and no information was put forward. So at that point, it was considered that I would just move on to my report and write with a recommendation for refusal, at which time there was no, they still hadn't submitted a second viability assessment, at which time I wasn't soliciting for any more information.
Thank you. You probably can't see, but the applicant and the developer have got their hands up wishing to clarify. I'm inclined to accept their contribution, so they need to come to the microphone.
That's actually not true. We have submitted a new viability and we asked the planning officer to defer this where we're waiting for the figures. We submitted and paid the fees to the DOV to say that, because again, you've got to appreciate we were going down the road of 100% affordable. They pulled out. We didn't need a viability because it was 100% affordable. So we had to change it. And when we changed it and said we're going to open market because we'll hopefully go build to rent because there's a housing need, we then submitted a new DOV viability, paid the sum of £2,000 or £3,000 for that, and we're now waiting for that to be replied. And until we have that replied to us and returned to us, we cannot enter into a 106 agreement because we don't know what the figures will be for any affordable housing contribution or any heathlands. So the 106 would be signed and we have paid for and are waiting for the viability report to come back. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Can Robert or anybody up here clarify on that one?
Yeah. Sure. We may need to bring Darren back in as well as the case officer, but as is my understanding is that the initial viability report that was looked at obviously by the District Valuer's Office, there was as Darren said, there was the conclusion drawn by the DV was that the scheme was viable. Obviously, the applicant has then sought to challenge that by submitting an update or a second viability report. The issue is that there's a disagreement between the applicant and the District Valuer's Office as to the national sort of standard rates that should be used. So in effect, you've got a standoff in one sense.
Thank you. But from what the applicant has just said, they've submitted one assessment that hasn't been responded to. Is that correct?
Yes, because like Darren said, there comes a point when you need to draw the matter to a conclusion. So we've had one report back from the DV, which the applicant has challenged, and we've gone back to the DV and they're standing by their assessment and the standards that they're using. We then have to draw the matter to a conclusion at some point, and there are obviously other reasons why the application has been put forward for refusal. So that's why that hangs as a reason for refusal. If members moved to approve the application, then we would have to reopen that arena of viability assessment and try and, get the two parties to agree.
Chair, sorry, I'm just looking at paragraphs. It's something I think the case officer's got to clarify. I'm just reading paragraphs 90. Actually, the numbering goes a bit funny, but it goes 97, 98, 96, and 97 in the report. But as I understand it, and I'm probably reading the report, so the case officer needs to clarify, you in 97 suggests that a viability assessment was first submitted. That was passed on to the district valuer. Then what reverts back to paragraph 96 after paragraph 98 says the following. The applicant does not agree with the DVS valuation, as the council agreed to allow the applicant to challenge the DVS assessment and submitted a rebuttal, so submitted past tense. In response to the applicant's rebuttal, the DVS stated in summary that the DV considered the rebuttal of the applicant but considered their methodology was sound. So that sounds to me, and it might be wrong, but I'm probably reading it, that suggests there was at least one rebuttal that might have been passed to the DV, and maybe there's another rebuttal that's come forward subsequently. But I think the case officer really needs to clarify the position, because I'm really reading what the report says and not, I don't know the factual situation.
That's what I understood from the applicant. Yes. Mr. Henry,
Yes.
can you clarify that?
Yes, Chair, certainly. Indeed, one statement rebuttal was forwarded to the DVS, and as Simon said, they stuck to their figures as standard practice across the country, and still considered that the scheme could provide 10 affordable housing units and be profitable. It was then later that the applicant agent wanted to submit a brand new viability assessment, which, as I stated, I was waiting several weeks for further information, further amendments from the plans, and at such time I considered that enough was enough, and I needed to draw a line under the application. And at that time, I had not received the second viability report from the applicant.
Thank you. Have you subsequently received it?
I received an email stating that the viability assessment would be due possibly the following week, at which time I'd already informed the agent that I was writing my report up for refusal and would not be accepting any further information at that time.
Thank you. So I think we're back to committee for questions. Councillor Hilliard.
Thank you, Chair. There's reference to the Upper Terrace development brief. I was looking at the previous withdrawn application, and that appears to be lower than what we've got before us now. So I just wanted to understand what pre-app discussions caused that to be withdrawn, why the new application is actually higher, and what the actual brief stipulates to say what potentially is a viable development in this area. Thank you.
Well, the brief states, gives out several recommendations, and that includes that the development should be 3 to 4 stories, it should step down in relation to the slope of the site, and it should be of a high quality design. The original application that I did inherit and was later withdrawn was progressing to a point that was being considered acceptable. And then for some reason, I think during during that application, I think they reduced the housing numbers, which may then have not been as viable to continue with that. So they submitted the outline application that sits before us here today, and preferred to continue with that application rather than continuing with the original.
Okay, that's useful. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions? No? So we can move on to debate then. Anyone want to open the express a view? Councillor Tarling.
I'm happy to defer to Councillor Adams if he really wants to get in first, but I've been making my notes, making a point. Firstly, thank the officer for a very detailed report. Did go on rather a lot about the aesthetic, and as I've mentioned in a previous planning decision, I'm a big fan of brutalism, and you'd have thought this one would sing to my heartstrings. The difference with this application over previous ones we've looked at is the setting, and for me the heritage location. And I do appreciate that there's a hotel near it, which is, again, a massive structure. But the point I don't think that's been made, and our heritage officer, so I thought was going to say this point, is the fact that it's on an upper terrace road. It's a terraced area, that the name's in the road. And the idea of terracing houses is to follow the topography. So the clue's in the name of the road. So this point of articulation is actually written down on the road signs. It's a terraced road. I'd expect to see some reference to that in the architecture. So I do completely agree with the officer, our heritage officer, that this stepping down, not just down the length of the road, but also addressing the following the topography of the hill. There's a section, cross section showing the section through the two roads, where you've got the hotel on one side and you've got Edmondsham House on the other. And if you follow the topography of the land, this new applicant's building sticks out another story above it, which doesn't speak to the topography and the idea that, you know, Bournemouth, again, the clue's in the name, Bourne. It's a valley in the cliffside. Everything we do to build into the Bourne is changing that feel. So for me, I do, and it's very fine for me, the aesthetic, because yeah, I agree. There's elements of blockiness to it. The other point that I don't think has been mentioned was that, you know, there is a point, the street scene of Terrace Road, it feeling a bit like a tunnel. I think the same would apply to Upper Terrace Road. You get this tunneling effect. I think there's a missed opportunity with the landscaping. The landscaping isn't actually doing anything for the residents. It's just a one landscaped sort of block of bushes at the end, or bushes and trees at the end, rather than an amenity either for the users of the flats or wider public community. That's the first point. The second point is really regarding the social housing, and time again we do see that schemes are getting turned down for social housing because they don't pass the affordability test. This is one of the few occasions we've had the DVO actually say, no, this one should have social housing. I hear what the applicant said about the social housing providers, and I am really shocked about that. And I would love to know which housing associations have named Bournemouth Town Centre as a no-go area. I think that's absolutely disgraceful. I think they should hang their heads in shame that a scheme like this has been offered and they haven't come forward. So, you know, I'm happy if the applicant wishes to name who they are at some point later, that's absolutely fine. But that for me is, if that is true, is absolutely appalling. However, if there is a dispute over the social housing, we can't make a decision which is a final decision on something which we hang on, we might get some information about the DVO, or might get some further section 106. We really have to have that presented to us as this is our option. It would be very difficult for me to support conditioning something in the future, like a 106, if we have no understanding of what those 106s might look like from discussion with the planning officer. So I'd hope that the planning officer would have come, and the applicant would have come to say, right, we've come with an agreement that yes, we're not providing social housing, but we've got this contribution, or we've got this contribution to Heathland. So for me, it was one when I looked at it prior to this meeting, and it was finely balanced. I agree with the aesthetic and I agree with the heritage. It is 31 flats, obviously now open market, which again is beneficial to the town to have some more open market, but I don't think this is the right scheme. So I will be following the officer's recommendation on this one. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we're getting confused here, or there's a danger of getting confused between social housing and affordable housing. And so can we have a bit of clarification from officers just to make sure, we know what we're talking about?
Yeah, I'm happy to try and assist on that one, Chair. I mean, the term affordable housing is like the umbrella title. Beneath that, there is obviously shared ownership, affordable housing, social rented, so if this scheme had come forward as a recommendation for approval, and let's assume that there was an acceptance that the scheme could make a contribution to affordable housing, there would then be a discussion as part of the section 106 involving our housing department as to what type of affordable housing we would need in this area. So that would be a conversation that would ensue. So, but because we've not got to that point, that conversation hasn't taken place. The other point I would make just in respect of the comments that Councillor Tarney just made about affordable housing is that the policy AH1 of the Affordable Housing Development Plan document I think it stipulates that in the first instance you would be looking for an on-site contribution, i.e. a number of physical units. However, it is very common to take a monetary contribution and then to use that on other sites, because you can get issues where you have one building and then the mixtures of the tenures, and you get into the realms of having to sort of separate servicing. So it's not uncommon, had a monetary contribution been agreed, that you could then not look to provide physical units on the site, but to use that money to provide affordable housing on another site within the district. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any more comments? Yeah, sorry, Councillor Tarling and then Councillor Adams.
Sorry, just on that point, thank you very much for that point of clarification. It's two words, social and affordable. I do mix up occasionally, so apologies for that. However, there has been no agreement from the applicant on or discussion with the housing team about alternative affordable options.
Well, to the best of my knowledge, I'm not aware of those conversations, but it might be a question pointed at the applicant. As I say, normally, once you agree the principle that a scheme is viable to make a contribution towards affordable housing, you then move into the next step, which gets wrapped up in the section 102 about the type and tenure of that, the nature of that affordable housing, whether it's going to be shared ownership, social renting. So it's a conversation that probably hasn't taken place because we haven't got to agreement, because the applicant's position is the scheme's not viable to make any contribution towards affordable housing.
Councillor Adams.
So a few points, and I'm probably not going to be as eloquent as Mr. Oxford's English dictionary over there, but I'll try. On the affordable housing point, if that's something that can be if that's something that could be conditioned, then like to discuss going forward, then great. Equally with the SAM contributions, I think the main thing is obviously the heritage harm, and yeah, it's on Upper Terrace Road, but half the properties on Upper Terrace Road on the other side also aren't terraces, and that bit when I was walking around, it is tired looking. The building's not well, in my view, not the most prettiest, but at the end of the day, we've got a housing crisis, we've got massive housing shortages, we've got a dingy, not very well used car park effectively that's got space for about 10 cars, and then you've got the option for an actual nice block of flats. If you look along Terrace Road, most of those buildings look completely tired and in need of pulling down, in my view. I think the heritage harm's done, and I'm leaning towards broadly being supportive of the application, but I'd quite want some strict conditions on entering an agreement or subject to entering an acceptable agreement for affordable housing, depending on what the district valuer says, and subject to SAM contributions for the heathland, etc. But I think looking at the area, I think it's much needed investment, because the rest of it just looks tired.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councillor Hilliard.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I agree. Obviously, it does need development, but I think the key is the policies and the planning brief. We're obviously going through the local plan at the moment. We've all got or been involved with ward policies, and I think it will be really frustrating that you set a ward policy, or in this case, a development brief, and a developer just completely ignores it. It's pretty clear, the 3 or 4 stories, and sloping is a key brief, and this doesn't. So I propose for refusal on as outlined. Thank you.
Seconder? Councillor Martin? Are you seconding? Thank you. And now we'll debate. Yes. Yeah. If anyone wishes to debate. I'll put my I was going Councillor Rice, and then I'm going to
just briefly, I appreciate that it's a development with no car parking. I agree with that principle, and it will help with sustainable transport. My one concern that hasn't been mentioned so far is on Terrace Road and the flat long wall, and how there's no interaction with the pavement and the building, and that for walking along there or cycling along there is not a pleasant experience. So that would be one additional point of concern with the design.
Thank you. I agree with the points made by Councillor Rice, Councillor Tarling. This is not a principle of whether we develop the site, in my view. It's how we develop the site. And I mean, I would, if I was writing a report on this application, I would say could do better. Huh? We're not, no, but we're not saying nothing, but we're saying not this isn't good enough, this is not right for this site. Councillor Carl-Brown.
No, just very briefly, I wanted to echo actually Councillor Rice's point about that block of wall. That was something that I really thought about when I visited the site, which I did do, because we do site visits on our own without having to.
We do, and I hope everybody does.
Indeed. But the other thing I thought was important, and heritage for me is I can go either way on heritage, because I'm very happy to move things along as much as anything. But it's a particularly beautiful terrace, I have to say. I was really impressed when I went to look. And saying that the site's already been compromised, well, I would suggest yes, it has. But when you're in a hole, stop digging. So no pun intended, obviously. So I think that we don't exacerbate that compromise any further, in my view. I think we stop here, we take a breath, we accept that it does need regeneration. Yes, the back facade of the terrace could be prettier. The small block of flats or the lower block of flats could also be prettier. Many things could be prettier. I don't think this is the answer to it, though, sadly.
Thank you. Well, I see nobody else waiting to speak, so we're ready to take the vote. The motion is that we.
Sorry, Chair. Just before you go to the vote, I was just going. I like to try and do a bit of a summary, having listened to the debate, because just to make sure that members are exactly clear on what they're going to be voting for, and just to try and add an extra bit of clarity if there's any sort of question marks still hanging from the debate. So if I could just be brief, Chair. We heard earlier in this discussion, deputations, and Ms Povey did cover it off, but I will reiterate that the terrace is grade listed. It's not locally listed, so that is a very different higher bar in terms of its status. And as Miss Pavey said, it's national status. It's not a local listed thing. There was comments about deliveries, you know, the Deliveroo culture, and there are other delivery companies available.
And emergency services.
And the reality is obviously there, you know, it's a tight site. It's smack bang in the town centre. There is no provision formally for deliveries within the development. I've had a quick look on the street view. There's double yellow lines that sort of wrap around the site. So in theory, you know, people shouldn't be stopping and parking there. There is a lay-by opposite, which I think is more exclusively for the Hilton Hotel, but I would be surprised if people do use it infrequently. But you know, as a matter of fact, there is no formal drop-off, pick-up, delivery arrangement, but the site is surrounded by double yellow lines. And then just briefly, there was comment obviously about the impact of the rear of the development as it faces Terrace Road. And just to reassure members that in the reason for refusal, that is covered off where it states that the development proposed by reason of its poor design, mass and scale, inclusive of its fully expressed 6 stories, together with the rooftop development, exacerbates its height and massing, resulting in a building that would dominate its position visually and introduces blank, poorly thought out frontages along both Upper Terrace Road and Terrace Road. So that is actually covered off. And finally, Chair, just to remind members that if they are about to go to the vote, to also consider the information that's in the addendum sheet, where there is a slight addition to the informative note at the end of the report, which simply lists all the plans that the scheme has been considered against. Thank you, Chair.
So I think we're ready to go to the vote. The motion has been put that we accept the officer recommendation to refuse this application for a whole host of reasons, many of which Mr. Gould has just mentioned. So those who agree that we should refuse this application and follow the case officer's recommendation, please vote for now.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Those against?
1.
And any abstentions?
1.
Thank you. So that application is refused. Thank you, everybody. Huh? Just because it's you, Cameron. So now we move on to item 6B on the agenda, which is Hicks Farm, Throop Road, Bournemouth. And the presenting officer is Peter Burridge, who is in the room.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members. This application, relates to the Sang at Hicks Farm, Throop Road. We have two applications. This is the first application. The application seeks a variation of condition 18 of the previous planning permission granted. That is to remove the requirement for carriageway markings to restrict parking opposite the car park entrance. So just to recap, this is the application site outlined in red on the plan on the left. And on the right, it's the same plan. I've just zoomed in to where the car park is. The car park is at the south of the site, and I've highlighted it yellow. So regardless of the outcome of this application, the original planning permission for Hicks Farm remains valid and in place. The only issue to consider is solely whether the conditions should be varied to allow the development to proceed without the carriageway markings. And I've highlighted the carriageway markings there in yellow. It was to be a 15-metre white line with the intention of keeping that part of the road clear to restrict car parking. The local highway authority had requested the road marking in the first instance, but upon review and further discussion with the council's traffic management office team, it is no longer considered to be necessary. Just got some photos, which the photo on the left is the view from the car park entrance, which has been constructed looking towards Taylor Drive, and then the view on the right is Taylor Drive, and the road marking would have been along the left side of the carriageway, roughly between those two parked vehicles. So the proposal is acceptable and policy compliant, and it's put forward for recommendation for approval. Thank you.
Thank you. And I believe we have no members of the public or applicants or anybody registered to speak, so it's straight over to questions to the case officer. Councillor Rampton.
I'm supportive of this. I just have a question about why it was considered necessary before and why that has changed.
Would you answer that, Mr. Burridge?
The highway officers requested it originally, I think, just with the intention of just helping to keep that area clear and free of parked vehicles, and to facilitate turning movements as well into and out of the car park. But they reviewed the situation. They've been on site since the access is being constructed, and they have reassessed the situation and have also discussed it with the council's traffic management team. And they've come to the conclusion that it was overly onerous, is not necessary, and it's perfectly safe without the road marking in place.
Does that answer your question, Councillor Hampton?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, it just would have saved a lot of time and effort if they just perhaps carried out a site visit in the first place. Thank you.
Any other questions? Anyone want to make a move? Thank you, Councillor Rand.
You can't take me anywhere. Happy to propose it.
Have you flooded your mic? Have we got a seconder?
Sorry, you can't take me anywhere.
Right, so everyone who's happy to accept this, Mr. Gould.
Yeah, no, thank you, Chair. And it might be that we just need to bring Mr. Burridge back in. But again, just to draw members' attention to the addendum sheet for this particular item, because there is an update in there around removing cross-reference to a condition that you'll hear in the next application. But I don't know if Mr. Burridge wants to just clarify that.
Thank you. Yes, so the applicant has submitted two separate planning applications. This could legitimately be dealt with one planning application. In hindsight, that would have been easier. So we have this planning application, which is to vary condition 18 and only condition 18, and the second application is to vary condition 11 and only condition 11. So if this application is approved, we would be varying condition 18. In the officer report, I had put an either or for condition 11, but because this application is only relating to condition 18, it should only vary condition 18, so condition 11 wouldn't be affected by this application. I hope that makes sense.
Okay, thank you. So if you're happy to amend this condition regarding the white line only, will you vote in favour? Did we have a second? Yes, we did, councillor Tiny. Will you vote in favour now, please? Thank you, that's unanimous. So we move on to the next application, which again will be Mr. Burridge to tell us about it, because it's also about Hicks Farm.
Thank you, Chair. This is the second application. This application relates to condition 11 of the planning permission previously granted, and it seeks to alter the timing for the installation of the EV charging points. So again, we're focused on the car park area, so that's the same plan that I showed previously. This plan is a plan which was agreed as part of the discharge condition process and shows where where those bays would be allocated in the car park. The need has come about because although the applicant remains committed to providing and maintaining the EV charging points, the provider who will be finishing off the installation works is experiencing a significant delay in their work schedule, and the condition requires, as it reads at the moment, that the SANG isn't open until those EV charging points are in position and operational. So the application is requesting a variation to the condition to allow the SANG to open prior to the EV charging points being operational. And in the suggested condition, we would still have a timetable of works to ensure that the EV charging points are provided and are operational. It just wouldn't be the moment the SANG opens. And as also as part of this application, it's just to make clear that the EV charging points will only be available when the car park is open, which was understood to be the case anyway, because the car park would be gated when it's closed. So obviously the EV charging points wouldn't be available. The local highway authority have been consulted on this application. They've raised no objection. So again, the amended condition would still be is acceptable, remains policy compliant, and is put forward with a recommendation for approval. I do have a slight note again in regards to the members, the update sheet with regards to the condition. So this application only seeks to vary condition 11, so it wouldn't actually impact condition 18. But the situation would be that we would end up with two separate planning permissions. One's varied one condition, one's varied the other condition, and neither application actually gives the applicant fully what they want. Hence why I said at the beginning it would have been easier just to have one application. So there were two suggestions, if I just outline those. Well, first of all, it would be necessary to discuss whether we think the variation of this condition is acceptable. And then we just would be helpful just to have a discussion about how we may or may not proceed with this application to give the applicant the outcome that they want, if that makes sense.
Thank you. Can I ask the question about what is the likely timescale for the installation now? How long it's going to be before they are in and usable?
I think we were just talking about a matter of months, 3 months, 3 to 6 months, my understanding. Yeah, 3 to 6 months.
Thank you. Councillor Gillett.
They would need to be in before the 5th of October 24, because obviously that's when the planning permission would expire. Is that right?
Well, the planning permission has been implemented, and the condition, as part of the condition, we would ask for a timetable of works to agree when they're going to be put in, but they wouldn't necessarily need to be put in by that date. But I think it is hoped that they would have been installed by that date, regardless.
Councillor Salmon?
I think it's probably been covered, but so my question was just about how, without the wording about the charge points being implemented in full within this condition, how we ensure that they will be implemented at some point. You've referenced a timetable, so is that is something that is binding on the applicant to it, so the charge points will still have to happen. There is a plan for that. That's my question.
Yeah, I mean, the applicant is committed to providing the charging points, but as part of the condition, I suggested a timetable of work, so they are committed to discharging that condition, and that would involve submitting a timetable of works to us when we agree when the EV charging points will be installed. So we've done that just to make sure that there is still that requirement for the charging points, but the answer is yes, there is still that requirement.
Councillor Tarling?
Yeah, I've come across this issue in my day job as well, predominantly related to the DNO, the network supplier not having sufficient capacity, in which case it's not a case of just the pillars and the bits, it's actually the infrastructure. Do we have any information on, you said a matter of months, which is reassuring, but is that the truth? In which case, could we just say, put I would suggest something like within 3 years, backstop that the applicant needs to have provided this within 3 years as a backstop. Would that be a sufficient time period?
We could amend the condition to say within 3 years. I think that'd be more than sufficient based on the my understanding of the timescales. So if you wanted to do that, we could reword the condition. So I would suggest that we still have the timetable of works, and we add the fact that that needs to be completed within 3 years.
Okay, any other questions? Oh, Councillor Cobb-Brown.
Sorry, very quickly. On that timetable of works, what is the timescale? No, it's just because 3 years seems, you were talking about sort of 3 to 6 months, and now we've jumped to 3 years. No, I realise it's a backstop, but it's never a backstop.
The understanding is that the EV charging points will likely be in place within 3 to 6 months, but the question was asked, can we put an ultimate deadline on it? The suggestion being 3 years. So if they haven't done the works within 3 years, then they would need to come back to us. But I don't think we would be agreeing to that within the timetable of works anyway. My understanding is it's just a matter of months, as I said, 3 to 6 months. The applicant is signed up to the process. They're in the waiting in the queue. So yeah, they're in the supplier's hands. But yeah, I don't think we need to worry that it's not going to be done within 3 years.
Do we need to talk about the other matter of the wording now or after we've taken a vote? But I mean, well, I'm moving on because no one's asking any questions to whether we take the proposal at this point or whether we've got to discuss the other matter first. Make a proposal. Right, go on.
Can I make a proposal that we accept a variation of the condition to a backstop of 3, that the applicant must have it installed within 3 years post occupation?
Councillor Gillett?
Just in terms of that, it's almost better not to have a long stop deadline when we can renegotiate over time anyway. And what effectively does it do? We're going to shut down the sang, in 3 years' time. It just doesn't seem that there's any value in adding that proposal on there. That's my thought.
So we've got a proposal that we say 3 years. We've got a sort of proposal that we don't put set. So Right, so do you wish to put a shorter time limit or no time limit at all?
No time.
No time limit.
Chair, I don't think we got a seconder for the first proposal.
We haven't got a second for either of them
No.
yet.
So I think, Chair,
This is quite.
can I suggest, Chair, first of all, you see if you can get a seconder for councillor Tarlin's proposal, and then we can see if we can get a seconder for the
Is there a seconder for the 3-year proposal? All right, thank you. Thank you, councillor Hitchcock. Right, so now we vote on that one.
No, Chair, you've now got an amendment.
No, we don't.
I believe you've now got to suggest that I'm trying to work out what the proposals actually were, but I think the proposal was to accept the condition, but with an addition which imposes a long stop of 3 years. I think, and that can be clarified, that the amendment that's being proposed is accept the proposal with the condition, but without a long stop being imposed of 3 years, and leaving it essentially to officers to negotiate that, I think, going forward. Is that right?
Chair,
So
I'm not sure that's a
okay.
completely different. Yeah, that's a different move, isn't it? Yeah.
I suppose it is, yeah. So I guess, yeah, okay, fair enough.
We need to take the proposal that we accept the proposal that the SAN can open without the EV charging points, but with a deadline of 3 years. Yes. If we don't like either bit of that, vote against. If you like both bits of that, vote for. So those who are voting for, please vote now.
2.
Those against?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Right. So that amendment is lost. Now we need a counter amendment or counter proposal. We either take it.
I think the decision was it's not an amendment. I'm not sure it wasn't an amendment. But anyway, I think the decision is you've now got the alternative situation.
Yes. So we now need either a proposal to carry on just as it's worded on our agenda or another variation. Well, hang on, what are you seconding? What are you seconding? As it stands in the agenda. Yes? And that's what you're seconding, councillor Rice. Right. So those who are happy to accept the amendment, the proposal as it stands in the agenda with no time limit, vote now.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 10, 11.
That's unanimous, so that's accepted. Thank you very much. So, is there any more we need to do on this item or these 2 items? There was talk about uncertainty for the wording from Mr. Burridge. So are we clear now? That's all. We've done all that needs to be done. Right, good. Okay, we can move on then to the next item, item 6D, which is land at 40 Dorset Lake Avenue. And the presenting officer, I hope, is on the screen. Yeah. Yes, thank you, Mr. Medeiros. So over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Let me just share my screen. I'm hoping you can see the screen.
We can, thank you very much.
Okay. So I'll be presenting the proposal for land at number 40 Dorset Lake Avenue in Poole. It's for the erection of a 5-bedroom house, pool and boathouse with associated infrastructure, including for drainage, landscape and parking. This application was decided under delegated powers previously, and unfortunately the decision was quashed in 2021 due to reasons of the allegedly incorrect ground levels and materially misleading information, inconsistency of the assessment with previous 2019 decision, and failure to disclose consultation responses to the application. So we are reassessing effectively the application since 2020 as submitted. So this is the site location. You see, I'm calling it to the east. It's fronting Dorset Lake Avenue, and to facilitate again to the north, there's number 38 at Dorset Lake Avenue. To the south, number 324 Sandbanks Road, which starts here. And to the rear of the site, which I'm calling west, is the harbour. Poole Harbour. This is a wider context view with a site with a yellow star, and again, this is Dorset Lake Avenue. You see Sandbanks Road here, and of course the harbour. This is the site viewed from the entrance, the front boundary towards the harbour. This is number 38, Dorset Lake Avenue, and this is number 324, Sandbanks Road, and this is already the next neighbour, number 326. You see, these are the remaining of the demolition of the previous house that existed on the site. In part is the implementation of the 2011 permission that the site has been granted in the past. So this is the view from the rear. These are the protected trees existing on the site that will remain as such. This is number 324. And I note here the terrace at ground level that it's been permitted with that development. This is number 38, Dorset Lake Avenue. At the moment of the submission of this application, the building was not built, and obviously now it's been built, which took us to amend more recently some plans to update the information relating to that neighbouring site. This is a closer view on number 38. Most, if not all, of the objectors are addressed from this neighbouring property, in particularly concern about the impact on neighbouring amenities. And I note a few of the flats are at lower level, and they've got openings directly fronting the wall, the boundary wall, sorry, with number 40. And these windows here serving habitable rooms. This flank wall here has only one opening directly fronting the applicant site, but it doesn't serve any habitable rooms. This is number 324. Again, this window here does not serve any habitable rooms, and you see that the terraces, the balconies are a further setback from the boundary wall. This is a view from Dorset Lake Avenue, and quite residential character, as you can see. The diversity of styles and type of buildings, including houses, larger houses, and a block of flats as well in the area is better seen from this view from the seafront. And this is the site again, number 38, number 324. And I'd like just to note the proximity of some of these buildings along this area, including some of the neighbouring sites even, and the other properties adjacent to those. This is the proposed site plan. You have car parking to the front of the site. Sorry, this is Dorset Lake Avenue then, which is again a common feature of the area. This is the location of the cycle storage. It's the more recent update on the plans. To the rear, you have the swimming pool and the boathouse, which again is very characteristic of the area as well. You see that the volume, the massing of the building does not detract from what's existing in the neighbouring properties, and definitely not within the area as well. And in comparison to previous permissions, I'm talking about permission 2011, given in 2011, which is the orange dashed line, and which had a non-material amendment shown in blue. They do not differ significantly, from the proposal. I think the main change is the wing that is now towards the north, used to be, which is the garage to the east in the previous permission. The building, however, has some more massing in this area here, and has also been slightly set forwards to the front of the site and slightly back in relation to the neighbouring properties. The terrace has a change, so it was There's a part that was further set back as shown in orange, and now it goes forward. However, it will sit low at a lower level, as I'll show later with the sections. The rooms are quite spacious, so all of them exceed the nationally described space standards. All of the windows to the side elevations will be obscured glazing. I've noted also as a condition that's recommended. I've added the dining room windows as well, although they are ground floor and facing the wall. And at lower ground floor, you'd see only garden rooms and other rooms that would not be used for sleeping accommodation, and this area will nevertheless be protected from flooding in the future with the raising of the wall around the pool. That's secured by condition as well. This has been assessed as no visual impact that could be detrimental, as it's going to be lower than the boundary wall to both sides. Sorry. Again, at first floor and second floor, you have quite spacious accommodations across the 5 bedrooms as well. Balconies are proposed, and receded smaller balcony at the upper floor, and which is again characteristic of the area. We can go back to the images if you like afterwards. And here just the boat house elevation and an indication of how the cycle store will be. Again, I prefer to keep it as a condition, the details of the cycle parking, mostly because it was a more recent update on the plans. The finishings proposed in slate roof tiles, stone and render facade, and crystal windows and doors, which again is acceptable given the existing contents and various architecture styles in the area. The building looking from the street scene will be lower in comparison to 3 to 4, the immediate adjacent property, and then significantly lower in comparison to number 38. This is the cycle storage that's proposed following the architecture proposal for the main house. The rear elevation, you can see a bit more of details in terms of the relationship with the neighbouring properties. So the application has been amended to further set back the terrace from number 38, which is currently this building showing here. The garden levels at number 38 to the rear of number 38 will be lower, slightly lower in comparison to the levels at number 32. And there's variation in terms of the existing walls to both sides, the height of those walls as well. These are the side elevations. You can see in red dashed line is the existing wall. This one here is the elevation facing number 38 and the boundary wall that's existing and proposed to be retained. So one of the issues raised was about the level of the terrace. So it will be roughly leveled with the existing wall, and we'll have then a screen, a privacy screen going over additional 1.8 meters as is standard as well. This is the elevation to the side facing number 3 to 4, Sandbanks Road, and again the existing wall which is proposed to be retained. This is the wall around the pool that I was mentioning. This is as proposed, but notwithstanding the plans, we are suggesting a condition to raise it a further 33 centimeters to be precise, which is roughly halfway through this line here and the red line showing the wall. So again, it's not expected to cause any visual impact in that sense, and will be protective of the lower ground floor amenity. My recommendation is that permission is granted, subject to the conditions on the draft report. For clarity, even though we had previous permission given, I am of the view that on its merits, the proposal accords with the development plan. The impact on the neighbouring properties is acceptable in my view, considering the context, the existing context and previous buildings permitted by us. The proposal brings back brownfield into use. It respects established character and appearance of the area and protected trees. It complies with the NDSS and provides good quality accommodation. It will be protected from the flood risk, and the development promotes sustainable travel, and it uses renewable energy and sustainable design and construction elements. That's the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we have some speakers who've registered. First of all, we have two objectors. Could I ask them to come to the table? Ashley Fall and Simon Whale. And could I remind you that you have 5 minutes to share between you, and the subject of anything you wish to say should relate only to this application. Thank you very much.
Good morning, councillors. My name is Simon Whale. I'm a primary school teacher, owner of the ground floor apartment 2 at 38 Dorset Lake Avenue, where I'm also head of the residents committee. I've been asked to speak on behalf of the 8 apartments at 38 Dorset Lake Avenue. Thank you for time in hearing our request to refuse this planning permission at 40 Dorset Lake Avenue in its current form. We are looking forward to having a house built on this land. However, we do have a massive concern about the height of the terrace glass that is being proposed, and it's for this reason alone that we ask you to refuse permission. If the land were to remain as a derelict piece of land, and they came to you with a request to raise a 3.6 metre fence alongside our private garden, I'm sure that you would refuse that on the grounds of it being overly dominant, unneighbourly, and out of character for the area. It might also set a very dangerous precedent where people are able to build to the height of their neighbour's wall before then building their property on top of that. And yet, the proposed plan for number 40 are to build up the natural ground level to the height of the boundary wall, then to build a 1.8 metre obscure glass fence. And this would be a structure that is overly dominant, unneighbourly, and out of character for the area. To give you some sense of how bad this is, imagine the height of a double-decker bus minus this much, where the passengers would be sitting at the same height as the people looking down on our gardens. That would be the same height as the people on their balcony, on their terrace, looking over our garden. It's been built up unnaturally to that level, not terraced down. Sorry, to give you some sense, and that would be a sort of a scary view if that was your property. I'm also concerned that Mr. Heffer and his family might see the amazing sunsets that occur that he won't see because of his glass fence, and he changes that glass fence from an obscure glass fence to a clear glass fence, which would change his and then ask for retrospective planning permission, which is what he's done at his current property where he built it higher than planned with a clear glass balustrade on top. If he were to do that, it would be of no consequence to us if he were to move it back the 5 metres, the same as he demanded from the people the other side of him, back 5 metres from our boundary wall, and that would give no issues of privacy in either direction. Thank you for considering our objection. On behalf of the residents of 38 Dorset Lake Avenue, we ask that you refuse the permission so that it may either be considered under appeal, where they would consider the terrace as a specific aspect, or that Mr. Heffer resubmits his plans with the fence moved back to at least 5 minutes to avoid this structure being overly dominant, unneighbourly, and out of character. Thank you for considering our right of privacy.
Just to confirm, you've got 2 minutes and 15 seconds left.
Thank you. I apologise in advance. My voice is a little hoarse. I was at the Bournemouth match last night where they fantastically won 4-3. Don't know if anyone else was there, but so I was shouting quite a lot last night. Very eloquent submission there by Simon on behalf of the residents. There have been lots of written objections, including from Apartment 1, who couldn't be here because they've been hospitalised, and the Dorset Lake Community Group have all put in key objections. I'm seeking to be additive to those rather than repeat them, and I have 4 main points. Firstly, the scale and appallingly oppressive nature of the planned wall. 3.6 metres high. 3.6 metres high, that's over double the height of this room. 3.6 metres high and 8 metres long, and only 1 metre from the boundary with 38 Dorset Lake Avenue. It is ridiculous. I'm not as good as the double-decker analogy, but I think that was a very good analogy. And on that alone, I just think there is no way in which this could be allowed from a neighbourly or an amenity to neighbours' point of view. Secondly, reinforcing Simon's point, you would be setting a very dangerous precedent if you approve this as it is. If you approve it, every single person in the borough of Poole can raise their garden to the height of their neighbour's wall. Everyone can raise their garden to the height of their neighbour's wall. If you set that precedent, firstly, you will bring the council into disrepute, and secondly, I would submit that you will bankrupt the council because of the number of legal cases that they will have to fight. The third point is the conduct of the case officer and the report that we've received. The case officer has been very confident throughout. Indeed, she was very confident in her February report, but had to withdraw it because it was more wrong than it was confident. It was riddled with errors. She has changed it substantially this month, but she hasn't reconsidered her conclusion. She's made the same conclusion despite removing the material consideration on which she relied last time. Her case officer's report barely mentions the offending wall, which all the objections are about. It's mainly in the appendix, and she is wrong in her conclusion to say that it only impacts the communal gardens. It does not. It impacts private gardens, including that of Simon to my right. On 4 separate occasions, the case officer refused to go on site and meet my architect to see the impact of it on 38 Dorset Lake Avenue. She was wrong to say that it doesn't impact the amenity of its neighbour. It does, significantly. My advisors tell me that we would win a judicial review if this is granted in its current form, as I have won before on this very site, and I sincerely hope that that won't be necessary.
Mr. Ford, you've already had more than 5 minutes, so could you just sum up and then?
Sure. Thank you, Chair. My final point is about the nature of the applicant. You've had problem with this applicant at 29 Bruce.
That's not relevant.
Yes, it is relevant.
No, it's not relevant as a planning matter. I'm sorry, I'm ruling that out of order.
I'd like that in the record, that you're forbidding me from telling you that the nature of the applicant.
Chair, the nature of the applicant, sorry if I can interrupt. So obviously planning is concerned with the use of land. We don't know who will own this land going forward. We don't know if the person who may or may not have applied is relevant, is going to be the person who builds this development out. I mean, in all but very unusual circumstances, the nature of the applicant wouldn't be a matter.
I agree with you, but it is unusual circumstances.
And since you're out of time anyway.
Okay, I just want it noted that you've refused, because if this does go to judicial review, that will be a key point. Would you like me to continue, or are you refusing me?
Depends what you're going to say. If you're summing up in general, if you're talking about the applicant, no, please don't.
I'm talking about the applicant's use of planning permission.
No, because it's not a. But since you're out of time on two
Just so I
grounds,
can clarify, you're saying that the applicant's failure.
No, the time. Thank you.
No, that's not what you said earlier.
I told you you were well over time before.
And then you said I couldn't continue because I was going to talk about the applicant's use of planning permission previously.
When I told you were over time, I asked you to sum up. That was not summing up what you want. You wanted to bring a new point in.
Could you please confirm on the record that you will not hear from me on the nature of the applicant and his inability to adhere to planning conditions?
Because you cannot judge a person's actions in the hypothetical actions in the future by past actions, and we have no knowledge whether the accusations are true or not anyway.
Yes, you do. Well, the planning,
We have
the
no,
planning officers do.
we members of the committee have no knowledge.
Thank you.
So thank you. There are more speakers. On behalf of the applicant, we have Matt Allen.
Thank you, Chair. Hello, members. My name is Matt Annan. I'm a Chartered Town Planner and Director of Pure Town Planning, and I shall stick to material planning considerations for this deputation. The Planning Officer comprehensively explained a 13-year-long planning battle to date in our opening presentation to you. The starting point, as you have heard, is the benefit of 2 extant planning permissions, one for the erection of a contemporary residential dwelling and boat store, approved in 2011, amended in 2013, and a certificate of lawfulness was granted in 2019, confirming that the scheme had lawfully commenced and the planning permission is thus extant. Second, the erection of a 5-bedroom house with pool and boathouse, which was approved in 2019, which the material start was made in March 2022 by digging foundations. Whilst the neighbours questioned the accuracy of these plans for the 2019, is set out in your report, if there are potentials with this second extant consent, then there are options through a section 73 minor amendment or a non-material amendment to resolve those inaccuracies. It was not subject to a judicial review and so still remains extant. However, whilst there are material fallback positions, this scheme before you today is acceptable in its own right. Following the quashing of the previous decision, significant discussions have occurred between the council's numerous planning officers allocated to this application over the past 3 years and with the applicant's agent, as well as on-site meeting with the council and their neighbours and the neighbours' architect, which has led to a number of revisions being made. Crucially, and of vital importance given the history of the site, the council is fully satisfied that the latest plans and documents before you today are accurate and have been correctly published in order that all interested parties have been consulted. As I'm sure you can tell, throughout this process, the applicants have worked very closely with numerous planning officers and internal officers consultees on what has been a particularly complex planning process for which we thank them for their time and considerable efforts in this regard. I wish to now briefly outline the main considerations why we feel planning permission should be granted in line with the officer's recommendation. Firstly, the character and appearance. The proposed development is a high quality scheme for a 3-storey house with a hipped roof, with slate tiles, stone, and render facade, crittle windows and doors. The surrounding area comprises a mixture of buildings, as you can see from the screen, of different types, sizes, designs and materials. And the proposed dwelling would not detract from the character, particularly in relation to issues of scale, mass and layout, which is beneath both neighbours. As noted in your report, the proposal is actually considered to be an improvement in relation to the developments approved in 2011 and 2019. The proposed building would respect the rhythm and street scene, and the design reflects many elements of the designs found in the street already. Its overall height would be commensurate with the adjoining neighbours, and the proposed material palette would not appear at odds with the character of the surrounding area. Secondly, amenity. At paragraphs 50 to 56 of the case officer's report, your officer assesses the relationship the proposed development would have with the surrounding neighbours in detail. Concerns have been raised from the lower ground floor flat at number 38, which has 2 windows serving habitable rooms directly facing the boundary wall at a lower level, with the application site at number 40. It's clear from the tone of the officer's report, the officer feels that perhaps this unit, with a limited access to natural light from the side window, shouldn't have been approved in the first place. However, it was, and the proposed development has been amended throughout this process to improve that relationship. This is where the material fallback position comes in the form of the approved consents that are key. The risk of overlooking to the adjoining residents' properties, including to their rear gardens, would be greater to both 38 Lake Avenue, Dorset Lake Avenue and 324 Sandbanks Road if the extant 2011 permission was implemented. So given the revised positioning, the massing, the heights, as well as the distances to neighbouring properties, with the floor plan layouts, the windows and the terrace arrangements, your officers confirm the proposed scheme would not lead to any materially harmful overlooking or over-dominance of any of the adjacent neighbours, but crucially are considered to have a lesser impact on the adjoining properties compared to the fallback position already approved on site. Thirdly, sustainability. The energy efficiency of the new house, it would not only meet the 10% renewable energy requirement set out in PP 37, it would exceed that through the installation of heat pumps, photovoltaic cells and solar panel technology in order to create a highly energy efficient, sustainable modern home. Councillor, the applicants are a local family just looking to build their dream family home on this vacant plot, idyllic setting. This is an opportunity here to make their dream come true and at the same time improve neighbouring amenities over that of the extant fallback position. I hope you agree with your officer's recommendation to grant permission and vote in favour of approving this proposal accordingly. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Annan. And we also have one of the ward councillors, Councillor Challoner, who will be joining us on Teams.
And hopefully you can hear me, Chair.
We can hear you, we can't see you.
Oh, okay. Well, it should be working.
That's because the picture presentation.
Ah, right. Okay. Well, I'm there. I'm in the room. Right. I'm okay. I'm sorry I'm not with you today, but it does
Right,
allow me to.
we can see you now, Mr. Councillor Challoner.
Okay, thank you. So I'm really just here to speak on behalf of some of the neighbours who are going to be quite negatively impacted by this proposed application. And I think the real crux here is not the development per se. Everybody agrees that there should be a house there, and that's fine. It's the impact of the raised terrace and even further the glass panelling, which is going to be quite overbearing. Now, it's interesting that on one side of the proposed application, the glass panels are inset to move away from the boundary, whereas on the other, they're not. And I would have thought that perhaps as a minimum, that should be a condition that as a council you could be looking to apply. I also note that there was a fallback position of moving the terrace itself away from the boundary wall. And again, to have less of a negative impact with regards to overlooking and an overbearing nature. But really, and I must echo the sentiments with regards to the objectors earlier in terms of how well they've stated their case and how they will be negatively impacted. And as a ward councillor, I would support them in what they're saying and ask that as a minimum, you move that glass panelling so that it's equally inset on both sides of this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Challoner. So now we move on to questions from members. Councillor Adams.
Yeah, I'll try not to spill anything this time. With the so just in relation to Councillor Challoner's suggestion, is it possible to condition that the boundary, the thing be inset, the boundary wall? Sorry, I just want to get some feedback.
Short answer to that is no, because I think that's a physically different scheme. So if what members wanted to see was something that was physically different in order to overcome that issue, I think you would be doing a different recommendation, which would be to defer. Correct approach is either to refuse or to seek a deferral.
Thank you. Any more questions, Councillor?
Thank you, Chair. Could I please ask the officer to bring up the picture with the showing the terracing and screening for this application and overlaid with the previous application from either 2011 or 2019, just to and then explain the differences. So I think we heard that the 2011 potentially is worse for the neighbour. Thank you.
Yeah, sorry, if you give me a minute, Councillor.
I think that's the one.
Yes. So if you could, sorry, it's a bit of a busy slide, but I'll try to show you. So again, in orange is the 2011 permission, which has been altered by an NMA approval non-material amendment in 2013, which is in blue. So in solid colours are the volume of that permission that is closest to number 38. And just to be clear on what I'm talking about being closest is you'll see that there is a sort of an L shape on the terrace that were proposed at that time. So in 2011, the terrace would be higher, if you can see here, and would project further forward in comparison to what's been proposed now, which is this terrace here, with then the addition of a screen that's sandblasted, a privacy screen, so likely to be translucid instead of transparent, precisely to avoid overlooking from that terrace. And given its height at 1.8, it's unlikely that will happen. In blue is then the non-material amendment. This is the portion that's closest to number 38. Again, it's receded considerably in comparison to the terrace that's currently proposed. However, it's going to be at a higher position, if you see the dashed line here, including this portion near number 38. And this is the part that would be the privacy screen then on top of the terrace that was permitted in the past. That's the reason why I believe that the 2011 permission and the amendment after that would be worse in terms of the impact to the neighbouring properties.
Okay, thank you for confirming that.
Councillor Upton?
Yes, thank you. Can I ask if anyone from planning, in particular the case officer, has been out and seen the proposed application from number 38?
Not myself, previous officer before me. However, I note that the building at number 38 was being built. And when I visited the site, that was September last year, the site at number 40, I could view the building from number 40. So I didn't consider it necessary for me to come to number 38 to view the application site from that perspective.
Councillor Tarling, then Councillor Carl-Brown.
Yeah, as some of the objections are raised here, I think the issue here is one of privacy and also light. I must admit I struggled to find the north a couple of times on here, but I noticed there is a plan that shows the north. What's the officer's view on the sunlight and sunlight tracking on this site? Now, I know what it is, but for the benefit of other councillors, it might be worth just having a quick look at how that shading affects the of this screen and this raised terrace.
Certainly, if I can comment on that, I'll just bring. So all plans, north is, upwards. I'm sorry about that. Indeed, the north is missing this plan on this plan here, but it's upwards here. So the building is going to be southeast of number 38 and to the northwest of number 324. So in terms of sunlight, the most affected, if that would be the case, would be number 38. However, this part of the building, I'm going to go back to the photographs in a second. This is a flank wall, and these are oblique windows with other windows wrapping around the openings at number 38 directly to the balcony, so that they have options of sunlight. The most affected units would be indeed the ones at lower ground floor level. But as I said previously, it is my view that not more, that they already are affected currently. So the wall, as you see here, will remain as it is. And the windows are at number 38 in these level here are very close to the the wall already. If I'm not mistaken, approximately 1 meter. That's mentioned in my report. And you have the building, sorry, so the whole building was receded further in comparison to the previous permissions, which helps avoid loss of light. There will be loss of light, as I said, but not more than usually is the case in the context of this area. And also definitely less than the previous permissions. Just going back, sorry, permission 2011. I'm talking about. So you will see that the massing, so that's the solid blue area. This is the 2011 permission, and the building has been, the proposal here now has been receded slightly, and this is the, in purple, the outline of the building at number 38. So we're talking about the flats which are here. So the windows were already almost leveled or facing almost entirely the existing build wall, which is dashed in red here. I hope I've explained it. So in conclusion, in summary, there will be loss of light, but not considerably more than probably already is, and definitely not more than the previous permission.
Thank you. I know Councillor Tarling wants to come back, but also Mr. Hodges wants to speak.
I'm sorry, I cannot hear.
Hello, are we working?
I am. It is
Fantastic.
now.
Yeah. So at 3 o'clock. So the orientation is that at 3 o'clock on the 20th of March, the sun will be shining straight down between the two houses. That's the alignment, and shining onto the terrace. So after 3 o'clock in the afternoon, that on equinox, obviously happens twice a year. That's how the building lines up. So there'll be some effect on the morning sun, but afternoon sun throughout the year is not affected past 3 o'clock effectively. That's the point I was trying to make, is how the sun moves around and affects the amenity of the users to the north of this development. Thank you.
Yes, it's just a matter, it's just a point of clarity as well. And yeah, I don't. Would you mind just popping up the photo taken from your site visit, which shows number 38? I think what's key is in turning the application, you don't lose sight of the fact that when planning permission was granted for that block of flats, the understanding was that there would be a building next to it already granted either under the 2011, the 2013 NMA, or at the time we were considering that application, the 2019 permission as well. So the acceptability of that block of flats is based on the understanding that there would be a building next to it. So in viewing the scheme as we are, and as we set out in the report, there's still a fallback position to that first consent. So we do need to view it in terms of it always having a building next to it, and not in effect borrowing all this light and aspect over the adjacent site. So it's just putting it in context in terms of making that assessment decision, Chair. Thank you.
Councillor Carl-Brown, are you on the same topic, or are you introducing a new one? Because I want to pursue this one. So can I come in? Well, you were, but if we're sticking on the terrace, well, it's more the terrace. But you're going. All right, you go on the terrace then.
Thank you. Yeah, so I'm just trying to very clearly understand some of the distances here. So my understanding is that we've got a greater distance to number 324. I'm specifically referencing the terrace and the height of the terrace and the screening, the glass screen. We've got a greater distance to 324, which is less impacted, and we've got a shorter distance to number 38, which is more greatly impacted. We've got literally a metre, is that correct, to number 38? And have we got something more like 5 metres to 324? Just as an opener.
Not really in terms of the terrace. So this is the
right.
The rear elevation. So the whole building is approximately one. So the sidewall varies if you see slightly in the location, but it would be on average, let's say 1.1 metre away. And the scheme has been amended to bring the terrace a further 90 centimetres. Therefore, the sandblast screen, which is here, will be at 2 metres from number 38. Whereas the sandblast screen in relation to 3 to 4 is slightly closer, if you can see here.
Thank you. Thank you. That's helpful, because I was, with the various drawings and the various lines everywhere, I was slightly struggling to completely understand. So
Chair, sorry, if you're getting statements from the applicant,
Chair, did you hear it?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear the chair.
Yole, can I just check? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I can hear the chair, sorry.
Should I try?
Can't hear, no.
Chair, may I?
Shall I pull it nearer? Can you hear me now?
I can.
Right, okay. I've pulled the mic nearest my mouth. There was one of the objectors shouted out from the floor, querying the measurements that were being given by members of the committee. What I'm asking is, did you hear that intervention?
No, I didn't.
No. Okay, well, we'll discount it for now then. Thank you.
So I was just trying to understand about the overlooking and the impact on the, and why it's stepped in on one side and not stepped in on the other. Essentially, my question is, was that considered? You know, and if it was, why is it not the case?
So the position.
Sorry to clarify, was it considered to step in on both sides?
No, we've only considered and requested an amendment which was accepted, that they further set back from number 38. That is because the relationship with the number 324 is a bit slightly different. And I'm going to show you on the plan. I think it might be easier. So you have, so the building at number 324 in that section of the site is already more distant to number 40 in relation to the distance that number 38 is to the application site. So that's what we've considered.
Okay. Thank you. Could you go back to the image we had on screen before, when you, I think it was when you were answering Councillor Tarling's question? No, it wasn't that one.
Not this one.
It was one that showing the sort of side view of.
Oh, this one.
No, not that one. Of 38.
Oh, okay. The photograph.
That's the one. Can you clarify the paler wall, not the white walls of the flats, but the paler brickwork or whatever it is, that one, yes. The height of that in comparison with the terrace proposed for number 40.
So this height would be roughly this height here. So that's the bottom of the balcony in purple here, sorry. And which would be the balcony going up to the next floor.
Yola, it's better shown on the rear elevation because that brick wall element sticks out. So perfect, that's it.
Okay. So this is the part that we were showing in the photograph in relation to the proposal. So it's the terrace would be at a lower level. I hope I've answered.
And then the screen on top of that.
And then the screen is on top of that. So that's just the 1.8 screen, which is so it's roughly, I'm sorry, same height. That's the part of the building, the neighboring building that you were asking me to point out.
Thank you. That gives a clear comparison for us. Thank you. Councillor Rampton.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Given that the length of presumably the terrace and the obscured screening is said to be 8 metres, do we know what the length is of the gardens, the private gardens for apartments 1 and 2, and the communal gardens? How long are they in each? Thank you.
Can you clarify, Ms. Medeiros?
Yes, so my understanding is that this is the private garden ending here, this line. And this is the end of the terrace, indeed, approximately 8 metres counted from the building that's proposed at number 40.
And what is the ground level of 38 at that point?
I'll just have, I can't see here, but it's 4 point. I'll just stop sharing this one to confirm on the plan. So yeah, 4.27, 28, which is the height that is shown. I'm going to share it again. On the section. On the section, so that is the 4, oh, sorry. So this is the 4.27 that is shown on the plans in purple.
So how much higher than that is the terrace? In other words, what will, if you're standing in that bit of garden and 38, what will you see?
Yeah. So you would, technically, you wouldn't see because of the sandblast screen, but in relation to the garden, the level of the terrace is at 5.8 minus at 1.6 approximately. So 1.6 is this difference here, and plus 1.8 difference that's the height that I believe one of the residents were talking about. When they say 3.6 or 3.8 in some of the representations, they're talking about the total height, considering the terrace plus the sandblast screen.
So, I'm sorry, I'm making sure I've understood you correctly. I think I have. So if you're standing in that bit of garden of not one of 38, you would see what is basically a wall of the terrace for 1.6 plus 1.8 on top of it for the screen.
Well, you
Yes?
won't see because there is a wall already. Yes, but yeah.
Well, how high is the wall?
The existing wall is the red line here. So this
so in other words, you wouldn't actually see the terrace at all. You'd only see the screen.
You'd only see the screen and
right,
part of the stairs going down.
I think I've got that clear in my mind now.
I know it's difficult, and I'm sorry. I was trying to be transparent with the other picture.
Yeah,
overlaying section.
I always ask this sort of probably stupid question because I want to know that I've understood it. Because I hope if I've understood it, everybody will have understood it. Thank you. Question from Councillor Hill.
Thank you, Chair. I see conditions 14 and 18 referring to the screening being obscure. There was reference to say that at a later date, if that just was made clear glass, what would 14 and 18, do they take away permitted development permission would be required to change this obscure to clear? Thank you.
Chair, happy to take that. Is that if there's a condition requiring the screen to be obscure glazed in perpetuity, then if it was ever changed in the future, that would be a breach of condition, and we would have to consider whether it was expedient to enforce.
Thanks for confirming.
Have we got any more questions from members? Everybody happy? Oh, Councillor Ryan.
Just on the overall bulk of the planning application, the terrace, it doesn't look like it's much of the house, but it is basically just sort of an extension of the house, isn't it? The garden room is considered part of the building; it's not a separate. And so I was just wondering whether we were told that it was sort of similar in bulk to the previous planning applications, but from what I can tell, it looks as if it starts at the same place, but then continues much further along because we've got this garden room with the terrace on top. But it gives the drawings give the impression that the building stops above the terrace, if you know what I mean.
You're correct, Councillor. The garden room extends to the point of the terrace, but that's the lower ground floor level. When I mentioned the bulk of the building, I'm talking about what's basically above ground considered, which is ground floor plan and the other levels.
Okay. And would it make any difference if the terrace was considered a balcony as opposed to a terrace? Like to me, this is just a very large balcony. That doesn't make any difference in terms of planning.
Not in planning terms, not that I'm aware now.
Okay.
Okay, doesn't look as though there's any more questions, so we're on to debate now. Councillor Hilliard.
Thank you, Chair. It is a tricky one, and I think, as we've heard, the issue seems to be about the terrace and the balcony. And for me, again, reading the report and hearing from the officer, the extant 2011 proposal seems to give a worse position. So for me, I'm minded to go with this new application. Thank you.
Councillor Rice.
Sorry, just going backwards a tiny bit, but with regards to the planning permissions from 2011, 2013, and comparing this one with those, are those still valid? Because that was quite a long time ago.
Yes. So the permission was implemented. It was commenced. So there was a building on the site. In order to implement the planning permission, if you demolish the building, that's a commencement. That's an act of development. So that's kicks the permission off. But also, please correct me, I think it's 2018, the preceding council actually issued a lawful development certificate to say that the permission was lawfully implemented. So once you I think the expression in
Correct.
law is it's a hardy beast, a planning permission. So once you've implemented it, it's very difficult to lose it. So yeah, once it's implemented, you can retain it and implement it at any time, Chair.
Councillor Rampton.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Disappointed as per Councillor Adams' question about could a condition be put on to have the screen moved back, because it seems that that is overly obtrusive. Chair, as you know, I live in a property where I've got a neighbour there, I'm there, and then I look over a neighbour, and it can be really, really difficult. And you have to be very respectful of people. And I don't personally find that this is a respectful application with the screen and the, I get that the wall is existing, but the screen on top, I think it's far, far too close. And it was already mentioned by the officer, I think, that there will be a loss of light, and there will be inevitably, and a big impact, particularly on those apartments 1 and 2, who will have this screen right over them. So I'm not happy to go with this application, but I would, if I had a seconder, I'd be happy to propose a deferment so that agreement could be reached on moving the screen back so it didn't have the impact, and so it looked as the same as on the other side. Was it number 324? I can't remember the number now. Thank you.
So is there anyone willing? First of all, I'll ask the officers if that is a valid consideration to defer.
Potentially, Chess. I think we would want clarity on how far. 2 things. One is the physical structure of the terrace, so i.e. the walls of it. Does that need to be set in? And then the screens themselves. Is it just about the screens because they're the bits that are higher, or is it the actual physical terrace as well? Does that need to be squeezed as well? And by how much? So I think that would be the clarity we'd be looking for.
I think it's the screening gives that extra, that is it 3, well, it gives an impression of 3.6 meters high, doesn't it, being on top of the terrace? I don't know. Can
the screen's only 1 point something, well? Isn't it? 1.8. 1.8.
But it gives the impression of 3.6 high because it's already on top of it's going on top of a terrace, so the overall impact is really high.
But as far as I understand it, that was the point of my previous questioning, my last questioning. What you will actually see from the garden of 38 is only basically the screen, because there is already a wall, their wall, at the same height as the terrace.
Yeah, with respect, there's a wall, but the terrace means that people will be sitting and walking and standing on that terrace. So it's not as if there's a wall, but people are lower down. Unless I've misunderstood, that's my impression.
But all you will actually see is the screen plus any people. Yes,
but
screen. So sorry to jump in. I'm happy to second what Councillor Rampton's suggestion. I think it's the screen on top of the size of the wall, because you'd see the wall from one side and the terrace, but the screen above that makes it seem like a lot of you're in the garden of the other property. I'm happy to suggest that I think it would be inappropriate under PP 27. It would be an inappropriate bulk and mass or whatever words you want to use. But I think moving the screen alone would do enough to satisfy everyone. But I'm happy to second Councillor Rampton's recommendation.
So we have a proposer, we have a seconder. So now we're discussing this amendment or this proposal rather than in general. Okay. Sorry? No, he didn't actually make a proposal. He gave an opinion, but he didn't make a motion or a proposal. Right, Councillor Tard.
Thank you. Yes, I'm speaking to Councillor Rampton's motion. The screen is there for privacy, not only of the applicant, but also of the residents adjoining in 38. To propose that we defer this doesn't defer the issue. The only way to get over this issue of the terrace being the same height as the wall is to alter the terrace and pull the terrace back, or remove the terrace and therefore the garden room underneath, which would vitiate this application, and we'd have to refuse it on those grounds completely. So I couldn't support this proposal as Councillor Rampton's put, because it will put us in a difficult position of having to effectively, well, de facto refusing the approval. If you remove the screen, then you're making the situation worse for the people in 38, that the people, the applicants or the occupants for the property we're looking at will literally be standing on, as you said, not necessarily on the top of their wall because they're slightly set back, but they will be looking over the wall by virtue of the fact that their terrace is the same height pretty much as the wall. So the screen is there really for the privacy. By having obscure glass, you're permitting a certain amount of light to come through, so it won't, in theory, make a gloomy private garden, and then provide that privacy. Councillor Rampton made a very good point about where I've not been to your house, but maybe one day I'll, thank you. And I will be decently attired so that I'm not offending your neighbours as well. But we have a similar situation here with 324, that they seem to be slightly forward because of the angles, the sort of chevron nature of the developments here, that they appear to be slightly forward of the applicant. So you've got the same sort of thing where they've got a terrace that's overlooking this terrace, that's overlooking this terrace, which explains the difference in the screening amounts. Generally speaking, the applicant, I think, is lining up with the development as provided. So they're not ahead of the line. They've actually set the building back slightly. So I don't believe that removing the screen or coming to a proposal to refuse it on the basis of the screen is actually going to make the situation better, and certainly not better than the extent planning permission. So I can't support this motion.
Thank you. Anyone else want to speak about the proposal? Yes, Councillor Salmon.
Sorry, just to clarify, because I thought I'd understood the proposal and then Councillor Tarling made me feel I didn't. Is the proposal just to defer to look at repositioning the screen, or is it going beyond that?
That's my understanding. But I looked at Councillor Rampton's confirmation.
I thought the officer had said earlier that it might be possible to defer, and then negotiations could be held as to moving. I think Councillor Adams said just the screen, but I think the terrace and the screen, if they were to be moved in, then that would give comfort to those residents who seem to have said, we don't want a house there. They've just said, we don't want everybody being able to overlook us in our garden all the time. And I absolutely get that. So for clarification, please, is it possible to defer for negotiation so that the screen and the terrace can be moved in?
I'd look for clarification.
Chair, I'm deliberately sharing this view now because it's blown up and hopefully provides a bit more clarity. So on this slide, you can see the 1.8 metre privacy screen. So there it is on that side, and oh, my cursor's slow, isn't it? And there it is on this side. So what you're asking initially, I thought, was about bringing that screen in. We need to be clear on, we can't leave it open-ended. We need to know 1 metre, 2 metres, how much. But if the reference is to the terrace below, I have to agree with Councillor Tarling, that's a more fundamental issue, because in effect there's a room in there, we've got steps down into garden, etc., etc. So that's more difficult in terms of a design, and we'd have to be really clear what we're asking the applicant to do in response to that. And just to help members, just to clarify, so you've got these indicative people in here. So you've got this, the black here shows the boundary wall, and then in effect, what you're looking at in this lower ground floor flat here is onto the boundary wall, and then you see the glass screen set in above above that. So it's just a clarity that you're clear on what we're talking to, but also that you can provide us with a clear position that we can go back to the applicant for. And it's just to highlight the point that if we do bring that screen in, let's say we bought it in a metre here, bought it in a metre here, we still obviously have these sort of large glazed areas as part of the design looking down, with some oblique views either side, which is what we'd expect and very much the pattern of development that we've established along that stretch. So it's just to be clear on what we're trying to achieve in order to overcome the harm that's been suggested, Chair.
So, Councillor Rampton, can you help us on that one? On what you are actually proposing?
Chair, I'm very loath to give a sort of a measurement as to how far it should move in, because inevitably, I'll get it wrong. But Councillor Adams has a suggestion to make, which I think is 2 metres.
An addition. So we're trying to work it out together. We'll get there eventually. But so we're trying to work out that drawing is actually incredibly helpful. I think if it was moved in almost at least an additional 2 metres, that would probably give you. That would probably give enough to satisfy our view. But we were trying to work it out between us, but it's quite difficult to have a hushed conversation when you're trying to suggest something. But it's more listening to the officer's argument. It makes a lot of sense to not move the, what do you call it, the balcony, but on the garden room and stuff. But if you move the privacy glass, it would then give the residents an actual ample view. And it's quite a lot of debate for something seemingly so minor, but I know what impact this sort of thing has on people. So and just for the sake of a couple of metres, I think will probably make a real difference. But
to come in, Mr. Bishop wants to come in now.
Yeah, sorry. Having thought about this more, I don't think that's a mechanism we can use. You can defer the application if you think there's something else that needs to be considered or there's a new issue. You can't defer the application requesting amendments to be made, because what you've got before you is a report from the officers which we deem to be acceptable. You're open to disagree with that recommendation if you think there's a planning reason for that and propose an alternative recommendation, which would be to refuse. You can't go as far as to say, can you defer it and amend it to X, Y, and Z? Because then what we'd be effectively looking at is a different scheme, which third parties haven't had the opportunity to comment on. We've already heard that this site has been subject to various judicial reviews in the past. I think if we were to defer it, saying that if you brought it in by 2 metres, we'd be denying people the opportunity to comment on that, and we would in effect be looking at a different scheme. So I'd be very cautious of that approach. I think perhaps my colleague from legal might be able to offer some additional comments in that regard. But if essentially, my view is you've got a scheme before you which officers think is acceptable. If you agree with the report, then you can vote accordingly. If you disagree with our recommendation, then you're open to an alternative recommendation in that regard.
So yeah, sorry, I must have got confused earlier. So that's why I asked about whether we could condition something, and I was told to do it as a deferral rather than a condition or something. So it's clearly I've got confused, because that just seems the polar opposite of what I was told.
Well, it depends what you consider. If it goes to, effectively what we're looking at here is the amendment goes beyond what you would call minor. It's not as though we're conditioning something or requesting something very small. We're talking about quite a major change, and we'd be prejudging whether third parties would still have an objection to that. We don't know if you move it in 2 metres whether people would still have an objection on that. So we'd be denying people the opportunity to comment.
So,
Chair.
Hang on. Let's take legal first, and then I'll come to you.
Chair, I'm getting thoroughly confused now. I think there might be a difference between what is meant by deferment or what the intentions are behind deferment. I absolutely agree with what Mr. Bishop said. If it was a defer to allow officers to go away and reduce by 2 metres and then grant, giving power to the head of planning to then grant the matter, I think that's one thing. I get the impression that possibly members were saying they wanted to defer to see what could be negotiated on this 2 metre, but then the matter will be brought back to members to review the situation. But I must admit, and whether that makes much difference, I'm not sure from Mr. Bishop's point of view, but I think my impression was the members wanted it brought back, whatever the outcome was going to be. But I could be wrong. I must admit I got confused with the whole thing there.
Councillor Rampton?
Thank you, Chair. I do feel, thank you, officers, for your advice, but I do feel that I've had conflicting advice, and obviously Councillor Adams is of the same opinion. Not saying bring it back to this committee. Happy for it to be deferred to officers if the negotiation can be done, which I thought was what we were told earlier, to make some changes which would help satisfy the concerns of those residents who have objected. But I'd be perfectly happy for officers to make the decision once those negotiations had been carried
Chair,
out.
to be clear, I think that's where you may have more of a problem, because I absolutely agree with what Mr. Bishop said, that once you start amending plans, then the question is it raises issues of fairness and whether or not should be an opportunity for people to be able to comment upon it before a decision is made. And I think that's very much the point Mr. Bishop was making. So I think there would be a process that would have to be gone through with what members may not be trying to suggest, but the process would have to be, first of all, you'd have to see if the applicant was really even willing to amend the plans. That would be the first question to ask, because he might not be. If the applicant was willing to try and amend the plans, then officers would have to ask themselves, from a point of view of fairness, should that be re-advertised? Should there be the opportunities for people to reconsult on it? And then the question would be, what do you do as a consequence of that? Well, I guess at that stage it could be dealt with officers, or it could have been brought back, but there's absolutely a process that has to be gone through, and the process may well be you'd have to go out for further consultation. That might itself trigger further issues. And then the question would be, would members have wanted that to be left with officers to decide, or would they want it to be brought back? And my impression was members were probably wanting it, but stand corrected, because I'm not sure that was the right impression. My impression was members were possibly wanting it to be brought back anyway, but it is absolutely right. Mr. Bishop is absolutely right that what you could end up with here is need to reconsult, re-advertise, and a need to review the whole situation, and it might not solve the problem at all.
So, Councillor.
Well, just to simplify it, I assume negotiation has already been done, really, as part of the normal planning process. That's how I see it.
So is that assumption justified? That negotiations have already, or discussion has already taken place about the siting of the screen and the height of it? Can you hear me, Ms. Medeiros?
Yes, my apologies, Chair. Yes, negotiations have taken place throughout the course of assessing the application, which took to setting further back by 90 centimetres, not the distance intended by the other councillors.
Thank you. It's already been set back, in other words. So, Councillor Rampton.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, my first planning committee, I didn't realise I'd be speaking quite so much. But if the officer advice is that a deferment can't be done, then I will withdraw that amendment. I do not feel there's been sufficient consultation, as the planning officer has not gone to number 38. I looked at it from their point of view. So I will be voting against. Thank you.
So Councillor Rampton is withdrawing. I presume Councillor Adams is supporting that withdrawal. Okay, so now we're back.
Sorry, Chair, I need to be clear. The advice was not that it can't be deferred. It's just that depending on the process by which you go through and what they're trying to defer is an issue. But she's withdrawn. That's absolutely fine.
She's withdrawn. Can we leave it at that? As long as Councillor Rampton is happy, she's withdrawn. Her seconder has agreed. So we're back to discussing the application in its entirety. Any other aspects as well? Councillor Tarling.
Thank you. I might repeat myself, Madam Chair. I am sorry, but I was addressing Councillor Rampton's point. The extant planning permission that we see outlined, I believe in orange, is now obviously it's been enacted. So this stands that the applicant could build what's already permitted. What we have here is a scheme where it's the main building has been moved back slightly, and we've got the screen. Although I accept there's a loss of amenity to the residents in number 38, the fact that there was a planning application for at the time their building was being built, I think is a point that was made that there was always going to be something there. It was likely to be something very similar in nature to number 38 or number 324. I don't think that this development is. I understand it affects the amenity, especially of the ground floor flat and part of the garden. But the reason for that screen, that glazed screen, is so that the owners or the prospective owners of this property aren't looking down in the garden of this other property or down into their property. Maybe they can overlook some of their garden, but I can overlook my neighbours' gardens, but I choose not to stand at my window looking at my neighbours all the time. And my neighbours respect me by, as Councillor Hampton probably agrees, you don't really make it a habit of looking over your neighbour's garden all the time. I won't repeat what Councillor Adams was not brave enough for his microphone on to say that out loud. I'm actually I'm happy to propose that we go along and grant this in line with the recommendations as laid out by the planning officer. So that's a proposal on the table.
Thank you. Have we got a seconder for that? Oh, I think I saw Councillor Hilliard marginally first, but Councillor Carr-Brown also put her hand up. So I think Councillor Hilliard will be credited with seconding it if that's considered a credit. So, any more discussion on the topic, or are we ready to put the vote straight away?
Chair, just to confirm the amendments, the addendum amendments to the amended plans are set out, and the amendments to condition 2.
Yes,
thank you.
Thank you. Yes, it's including the addendum and the amendments that we've received recently. So I shall put this to the vote now. If you're happy to accept the officer recommendation to approve this proposal, will you vote in favour now? And then we shall come on to votes against and abstentions. So if you're happy to accept, please vote now.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8.
Those against?
3.
Which by my reckoning means no abstentions. So that is carried, that is passed and approved. So it is now 1:45. I propose we take a lunch break of half an hour and do the other items after lunch. Thank you. So good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the afternoon session of today's Planning Committee. And we start with item 8E. Who dares Jim's beach gym at Eastcliff Zigzag in Bournemouth? And I'll hand over straight away to the case officer, Steve Davis, who is in the room.
Thank you, Chair. This feels like Groundhog Day for me, because the last time I came to present an item, it was for a very similar proposal on the beach, and members will probably be aware of the previous applications for pop-up proposals on the beach. This is a similar proposal, although this is for a gym. It's located below the Eastcliff lift, which is now damaged, as members will know. It's shown on that red square. It's the zigzag is to the left, so members can see that it's sort of in between the zigzag and the cliff lift. There's an aerial photograph of it, and it's located where it says Bournemouth Beach, and this is an image that's been proposed by been prepared by the applicant, and you can see that it's a gym on the beach with some ancillary equipment. There's some containers which they use for storing the equipment at night, and there's to the right hand side there's a reception area. Within there's some decking area where they put in some running machines and some other gym equipment, and there's a pergola and other ancillary things. There's a better plan of it, and you can see that there's 2 containers proposed, some wood floor, sorry, 3 containers proposed, and 2 areas of wood flooring. They're fairly standard container units, although you'll note from my recommendation that I'm proposing that we add a condition to clad them, as we did with the other containers on the beach. It did operate last year, and this is a photograph that was taken of the operation last year, and you can see that it is enclosed. You can see to the left hand side the container units. This is how it is at the moment, or how it is without the gym area, and you can see it's fairly open area of sand. To the left hand side, you can see just in the distance there, you can see the lift building. So, Chair, the proposals, let me put it back to that one. I think it's probably the best photograph. The main issues for members to consider are the principle of using this area of open space for a recreation area. You'll be aware that we did support the applications, or one of the applications previously, for the Prom Diner, which is down towards Boscombe Pier, for a decking area on the beach, and there was some debate about whether it was an appropriate use for open space. In my view, it is appropriate. It's not resulting in the total loss of the open space. It's only loss of the open space for part of the year. And there are many other concessions along the beach on the sand. And this is also a recreation type use, so it's an appropriate use for an area of open space. So in terms of the principle, Chair, I think I'm happy with that, and I think members also supported that previously with the Prom Diner. The other issue we considered last time, and it's very relevant, is the visual impact. Is what they're putting on the beach something that's appropriate? You can see there's quite a few items on there. The main bone of contention for me and previously was the containers, because they don't look very attractive. But as you can see in this case, it's only a small part of the overall site, and also I'm recommending a condition that it's clad appropriately. Amenity is another issue. Will it cause disturbance? Is it appropriate to other people using the beach? There are no residential properties nearby. There's some properties at the top of the cliff, but I think they're sufficient distance away. Although you'll notice on the update that I have added a condition that we agree a noise management plan, because there could be an issue where they're playing very, very loud music with a big bass, and that may not be acceptable in this tranquil part of the beach. I'm sure we can reach agreement on appropriate levels of noise and so on. The other issue, Chair, is that of flooding and flood risk. And at the moment, we've got an objection from the Environment Agency, because the applicant, although they submitted a flood risk assessment, it was fairly generic. The Environment Agency want a more specific flood risk assessment, and that has been agreed with the other operations along the beach, and I'm sure that it's something that can be agreed. Although you'll see from my recommendation that I'm suggesting that if members are satisfied with the principle of it, that they defer to officers to resolve the flood risk assessment. So, Chair, that's the issues set out from my point of view.
Thank you very much. And we only have one speaker registered, and that is one of the ward councillors, Councillor Anne Filer.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. In principle, I'm completely in favour of this. I think it's a great facility for the beach. It's a very quiet part of the beach, and it completely fits in with the seafront strategy, which over the years I was part of forming that seafront strategy in another life when Bournemouth had its own tourism department. I'd just like to read a little bit. I don't normally read, but I'm going to read from the seafront strategy. It's a corporate policy, doesn't form part of the statutory development plan, and it supports the visitor experience stretching between Boscombe Pier and Bournemouth Pier, bringing people along. And I'm sure those of us who use the beach, most of us do, know that people are inclined to gather at the bottom of a zigzag by the piers. They're actually hordes of people. They're not inclined to walk 20 yards to get away from lots and lots of other people. So we've got a really dead bit between Boscombe and Bournemouth Pier, and the seafront strategy was created, and I quote, to say to create an ultimate vibrant beachfront of new pop-up leisure, cafes, restaurants, bars, and cultural attractions between Bournemouth and Boscombe Piers. And I think this fits in exactly. It's a summer-only attraction. Although I hope the summer stretches a bit longer than just 3 months. It would be nice if it can go as soon as we get going, as soon as we get some weather. I'm very pleased to hear from Steve that I hadn't seen the supplementary condition about noise, but that would be an issue for the residents that I represent, because even though it's at the bottom of the cliff, noise is a huge issue in the summer. We get people in cars, usually young people in cars, who park along there and then have boom, 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 boom all day. It doesn't need to be a facility or a restaurant or a gym, and there's nothing anyone can do, and it really disturbs people. You don't hear the music, but you hear the boom. So if that condition is put on this, particularly the bass, I think that would be absolutely fantastic and a real asset. And just a little bit further along towards Boscombe, there's a sort of a place at the bottom of one of the zigzag where there's already some gym equipment, and it's really well used. The people who run along the beach go there, they stop, they stretch, they do, even I do, so that's saying something. So I think this is going to be a huge attraction, and it's something that will fit in with the seafront strategy and will be of no disturbance to any of my residents. So thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. So, committee, any questions for Mr. Davis? Councillor Adams.
Very small one. So last year, was there any noise complaints when it was operating at all? Do you know?
I'm not aware that there were any complaints, but well, there may well have been, and you've heard from Councillor Filer that that some residents were aware of it. Hence why I've added that condition.
Great, thank you.
Councillor Hilliard, then Councillor.
Thank you, Chair. Looking at the picture now, obviously we're talking about the enclosed area, but as a business, we're seeing that circle of exercising outside. I know it's a public beach and anyone could do that, but because they're a business, are they able to carry their business out on the public beach? I'm thinking of something like when the air show is there. If there was that conflict, just to understand what their remit would be as a business. Thank you.
Chair, yes, I mean it's a public space, a public beach. The leisure club I'm a member of, there's a running group in it, and they do some exercises in the gym, and they run around the street. So it's the same as that.
Councillor Rice.
Yes, a lot of the discussions last time when we were discussing a similar application were about sort of visibility when you're walking along the promenade. So I like the fencing here in terms of you being able to see completely through it. But when I've cycled past this, from that photo there, I've cycled past it before, and I noticed about all of the plastic signs that are held over the fencing. And so is there anything we can do? One, I personally think sometimes it can look a bit messy, and we wouldn't have, I assume we don't have any control over what is put there, but I wonder whether we have control over how many there are, or if there are allowed to be any at all, because that the fencing is fine, but then when these plastic things are hung, then you get complete loss of the visibility. So I'm a bit concerned about that.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, you'll note from the recommendation that I've put an informative note on to remind the applicant that if any advertising that's there would require separate consent under the advert regulations. Under the advert regulations, there's a certain amount of permitted development or deemed consent that they're allowed to put up. But I think that's fairly modest. So they would be allowed to have some non-illuminated small banners under the advertisement regulations. But they certainly wouldn't be able to have, you know, the advertising they've got particularly shown in that drawing where they're advertising other businesses. So we'll remind them that they do need to come back to us if they want that sort of advertising.
Okay, that's great. There's also the issue of advertising on their structures and advertising on the fencing, because the structures are causing a visual obstruction already. But depending on where the advert is put on the fencing, so can we restrict any advertising to being on the physical structures there as opposed to the fencing?
Chair, as I said, the advertising comes under a separate application, so they will have to come back to us to deal with that. We can't put conditions about advertising on a planning application, unfortunately. But one of the other conditions I'm recommending is that we agree the cladding material for the buildings, and certainly I'll make sure that we don't have any advertising or any advertising as part of that cladding.
Well, I suppose what I'm asking is, can we condition that nothing is hung from the wooden fencing?
Unfortunately, you can't put a planning application on. Sorry, you can't put a condition on a planning application that takes away their rights under the advertisement regulations. But that will be dealt with separately.
So, Karen, Councillor Rampton.
Yes, thank you. And Councillor Hilliard did actually ask my question, which was about that sort of overspill, which could perhaps cause a problem if we had a really hot sunny day and there were a lot of beach users, and there's almost perhaps a presumption that this is an extension of their space. So I'm not entirely happy with that, although I am supportive in general. Just about the hours of operation, if they're asking to operate until 8 o'clock at night, why would we say, well, no, actually, you can operate till 11 o'clock? Because that could mean, in effect, that people are leaving the beach and going up the Zigzag and, you know, opening car doors and so on at about midnight. And it could be that they decide just to carry on operating. If we get a nice spell of weather, they could operate till that time every night. So I'm not quite sure why we would offer them till 11 o'clock unless there was a special reason for it.
Would you clarify, Sir Lenz?
Yeah, so I mean, the standard hours condition that would be appropriate for any use here would normally be 11 o'clock in the evening, which is why I've put it on there. But they've quite clearly stated that they're not going to use that. But we couldn't really justify putting the condition on restricting it to 8 o'clock in planning terms. Obviously, one of the main issues relating to that is the noise. If they've got music playing, and I'll obviously make sure when I agree the noise management plan that they're not playing music, late into the evening, because that wouldn't be appropriate. I'm sure they wouldn't object if you wanted to restrict the hours of opening until 8 o'clock in line with their business, but I just thought it would give them a bit of flexibility if they wanted to have one session in the evening, and there's no real planning justification to get them to close at 8 o'clock when all of the other operations on the beach are open until 11.
Okay, councillor Martin.
Is all the equipment going to be put away into the containers every evening? Or will there be somebody on site for security?
Yes, that's the reason why they've got the extra container, so they can lock their running machines away and equipment away. Obviously, it'd be in their interest to make sure it's locked away, otherwise it wouldn't last very long, maybe.
That will be every evening. And also the container itself, although it's going to be clad and look prettier, and some of them can look really nice, will it still be, at the end of the season, will it be moved away and then put back again for 1 year?
Yes, the planning condition requires everything to be removed at the end of the season, as it is now.
That's right.
Carrying on the visual appearance of the site, the tall flags that we can see in the picture, is there anything that's been done about those?
They're adverts again, so they would need separate consent to put those up.
So I'm just wondering what are the likelihoods of them getting consent then? Is that nothing to do with? It seems very linked to this site, like the visual appearance of it, and yet we don't seem to have any control over it in planning. So we're saying this can be allowed, but they can put anything up as high as they want and cause a visual disturbance.
No, I'm saying they do need consent under the advertisement regulations. There's a certain limit on permitted development for adverts, but I'm sure that wouldn't include the very high flags that they've got there. I'll need to check the legislation on that.
That's what did it.
So there's no lighting on this, so they're going to have to shut when it gets dark anyway. Is that there's no lighting on here, is there?
They could put some lighting in, and I think I've put a planning condition on to deal with that, have I not? Condition 3 is external. Yeah, condition 3 is external lighting. I know. I'm just it's too much coffee. But given my portly figure, it's probably quite safe to say I don't dare gym. But I completely agree with Councillor Filer. As I've said, for each of these applications, I think it's exactly the sort of thing we should be doing. The site itself is pretty modest in design. We've got miles of Golden Coast. Said it before, so let's use some of it differently. There's, as he said, there hasn't been many complaints, and there's conditions in there to manage it. Great, let's go for it. That's my contribution.
Am I taking that as a motion?
Yes.
Good. Seconded. Anyone second? Yes, councillor Carl-Brown. Councillor Sparrow. Sparrow, Martin.
A different
Salmon. Right. I've got this for some reason mental block. I know you're a wild creature. Don't quote me on that. I know it's broadcast and saved for posterity, but
Well, not going too wild. I'm just in response to what Councillor Adams just said. I have previously, with similar applications, expressed some reservations about enclosing the open space that is the beach, and I do have those reservations about all these types of applications. However, I can see that this is, as has been talked about, has low visual impact and provides a different sort of offer on the beachfront in a in that part that is covered by the seafront strategy. So I'm quite in this case I'm quite happy to support. Thank you.
Thank you. So looks as though we can move straight to the Mr. Gold.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of points, just to reaffirm the points that Mr. Davies is making about the adverts. The photograph of the offer that was put up last year, none of those adverts had consent. So it's possible some of them may benefit from deemed consent under the advertisement regulations. But as a starting point, if you approve this application, you don't grant the scope for any adverts because they're dealt with under separate part of the Act, so different legislation. So you're not approving adverts if you approve this. It would be for the applicant to consider if they want to do adverts, to apply, to look at the regulations, see whether any of them fall under deemed consent, which is effectively like permitted development, in other words, or if they do require advertisement consent, to apply for that as a separate application. The other point, just briefly, Chair, is that there's a couple of conditions that Mr. Davies mentioned in the addendum relating to the issue around the flood risk assessment and the noise condition. Bit of reflection with Rob from legal. We feel that we could probably do with just tightening up the wording on that. So if members were minded to support the application, we would ask that you give delegated power back to the head of operations to allow us to tweak the wording. We're not looking to change what the conditions seek to achieve, i.e. the controlling of noise, ensuring that an appropriate flood risk assessment is done. We just feel that from a legal point of view, we can make them a bit tighter. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So with that proviso, if you wish to support the application in accordance with the case officer report and the motion, will you vote in favour now?
No, sorry, 9.
Shall we put hands again, or hands again?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
And those against?
2.
And that means no abstentions. Thank you. So we move on to the next item, which again is on the beach. And again, it will be Mr. Davies presenting. And this is slightly further along the beach and at item 6F.
Sorry, Chair. Yes, this presentation will be very, very similar to the last one, as you'll appreciate. This application is for something separate, though. It's for, as you can see, it's described as use of land as a seasonal outdoor event space for serving food and beverages with ancillary structures. It's a bit further along the beach than the application for the gym, and you can see at the far left-hand side is the cliff lift there, which is where the gym was. This is a couple of 100 metres along towards Boscombe Pier, and you can see where the promenade bends in a little bit. Again, this is the aerial photograph, and you can see the curved area to the right hand side of that picture. Again, it's going further away from the cliff lift and the zigzag to the more quieter part of the sand. The proposal is for a fairly intensive operation, as you can see from that photograph. It includes sun loungers, restaurant space, quite a few containers with a kitchen, storage area, a bar, and toilets. This is the view from outside, and it's very much more enclosed than the gym. You can see it's got fencing around it, and it's totally enclosed. It's another elevational drawing. Again, the containers that they're proposing are fairly standard container units. This is a fairly helpful visual that they've provided, and you can see that, as I said before, it's a fairly large area of the sand that's being taken for the use. It's in an area that's quieter than the areas around both of the piers. This is what it looks like at the moment. You can see it's fairly open. And this is a photograph that was taken last year, courtesy of Councillor Bartlett, who sent that photograph into me. And you can see that it's a much more closed affair. It's got the sort of 1.8 metre high fencing all around it, and you can see all of the containers and ancillary equipment within it. You go back to that photograph there. Again, the same issues as the previous one. Is it an appropriate use on an area of open space? We have approved these pop-up restaurants elsewhere along the seafront, notably at the Chine side, and which is at Durley Chine. Also West Beach Cafe, just to the west of Bournemouth Pier, and at the Prom Diner, which is closer towards Boscombe Pier, as you can see there. So again, in my view, I think the use is appropriate as an ancillary feature within an area of open space. But the main issue I have with this one is the scale of the operation. And that sort of leads on to the second issue, which is that of visual appearance. As you can see, this is a much more dense operation. It's got a lot more stuff on it, and you can't see through it quite so easily. The same issues apply with regard to amenity, where it's on a part of the beach which is sort of below the cliff. There are some flats on the top there. I don't think generally there's any amenity issue with the operation, although we've heard from the councillor about the noise. And if members again were minded to approve this, I would suggest a similar noise management plan to control any excess noise on this site. Again, with the gym application, there's been an issue with the flood risk assessment. They've only provided a generic one, and the Environment Agency are at the moment objecting to it, although given that they have supported flood risk assessments elsewhere on the beach, it's something that I'm sure could be negotiated. So, Chairman, to wrap it up, I consider that although the principle of this use is something that we've supported elsewhere, I consider the specific design, scale and nature of this proposal results in a form of development that isn't appropriate to this open part of the beach. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We have several speakers registered. First of all, in objection, Mr. Philip Stanley Watts.
Thank you, Chair. This is the last deputation from the Civic Society, believe it or not. Thank you. This plan application of a catering facility and event space would be misappropriation of public open space. It would be detrimental to the natural environment. On TripAdvisor, Bournemouth is promoted as one of the best beaches in Europe, with golden sands, large sheltered natural beach, and this application would be a negative impact. BCP Council needs to have a planning policy that protects the natural environment heritage instead of encouraging developments, although this has been recommended by the officers to refuse. So it's up to the committee here today. BCP Beaches and Coastline is a heritage and asset, and it needs to be protected. And I urge the planning committee to go ahead and reject this application. Thank you.
Thank you. And now on behalf of the applicant, we have Matt Annan again.
Thank you, Jess. Hello again, members. BCP Council identified this location as a suitable site for a seasonal outdoor event space serving food and beverages, and a tender invitation was sent out. El Marino, a long-established local Italian restaurant with already 2 existing restaurants in Bournemouth, won the tenders for the 21 and 22 summer seasons. And then in 2023, they won the 5-year contract. So therefore, they've been operating successfully for 3 years in the same location. In this time, they've had no complaints, no environmental concerns, nor have there been any licensing or noise, antisocial behaviour or biodiversity issues. As well as the ground rent the council receives, and this restaurant facility employs 33 full-time staff, as well as indirect employment generated through supporting trades, waste collection, suppliers and maintenance, etc. As set out in your case as a report, there is no issue in principle. I was going to quote the seafront strategy, but the council did that in the previous application. But it's to establish a coherent and consistent linear promenade space to create a vibrant beachfront. And this is what this does, and that there are other consents along the seafront, as you've just approved. The sole reason for the officer's recommendation is the proposal would result in the loss of open space, result in a visual, intrusive and cluttered form of development. You've heard about the late addition, the holding addition from the EA, but as Mr Davies has suggested, this issue can be reasonably resolved by recommending and voting, if you choose, to grant subject to satisfactory FRA to be agreed in writing. Moving on to the perceived loss of open space, the officer notes that this location is quieter part of the beach, not surrounded by other tourist facilities. It was for this very reason that the location was identified by BCP Council as a family-friendly dining experience to be provided, dispersing the footfall down the beach away from the piers in line with the tourism strategy, and in stark contrast to the more beverage-led facilities located close to the pier. In terms of the amenity, the nearest residents are a significant distance away at the top of the cliff top. Past few years, on a daily basis, the restaurant has limited the noise, and they've had to document the noise levels as part of their strategy within environmental health. But they are happy to accept a strict noise mitigation strategy as suggested by the planning officer. They've also got full-time security in the evenings, and they shut at 11 p.m. The loss of open space was considered acceptable in your recent application, and whilst different concepts between the gym, they are actually complementary. Customers' gym often stop for a post-workout coffee or food after a workout. In terms of the visually intrusive and cluttered form of development perception, this is subjective, but the layout has followed the brief from the council's own tender package. I note a comment regarding service zones being close to the promenade. If this is deemed an issue, the applicants are more than happy to reconfigure this. They want to work with the council to deliver this wonderful facility, and there hasn't been any issues in the past 3 years. Grouping the portable buildings together near the back of the prom, for me, is arguably preferable to the containers stretching right down the beach towards the sea. Likewise, a comment regarding utilitarian appearance. Portable buildings and containers are by their nature quite utilitarian, but El Marino has worked hard with bright sea-themed colours, cladding, large palm trees, and planting, which soften the appearance and create a Mediterranean feel. This high quality aesthetic venue is reflected by El Marino Beachside Restaurant being one of the highest ranked Instagrammable locations in Bournemouth for summer 2023. Also on TripAdvisor and Google, they're the top performing hospitality venue of this nature. Crucially, the decking has a massive inclusivity benefit. If the pop-up restaurant was just on sand, wheelchair users and those with limited mobility couldn't access this venue. By creating a level access, they get the feeling of being on the beach and not just adjacent to it. Councillors, in summary, your tourism officer is in full support, your highways officer has no objection, neither does your biodiversity officer, environmental health officer, nor flood and coastal erosions. There have been no letters of objection from any members of the general public. Sadly, if planning permission is not granted today, then it's likely there will be no facility here this summer, which I think is a real shame and a massive missed opportunity for the town. El Marino is a family restaurant with delicious pizzas, including gluten-free and vegan options that will attract many holidaymakers. But crucially, it'll provide improved beachfront amenities for local residents too, dog walkers, runners, swimmers, to name a few. The provision of al fresco dining is considered to make a positive contribution to the creation of a world-class beach resort, thus promoting economic development in the form of improved tourism officer, whilst not detrimentally impacting the character and appearance of the beach. Thank you for your time, and thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. And now over to the ward councillor again, Councillor Anne Tyler.
Thank you, Chairman. And a number of the points that I would have laboured have been put very, very well by the gentleman who just spoke. But I'd just like to, first of all, I'm completely in favour of this. It's been there for 3 years. It looks in the picture very bulky, but actually it's not. That the front bit, which is on the beach, is all sun loungers, so it doesn't look much more than a busy day on the beach, actually. And as I said before, it's even further away from the pier. You can't park there. For people who would prefer everybody to walk or cycle, there is no parking there. It's a fair walk from the Zigzag, which is the next one, the top Zigzag, and a fair walk from the pier. At my pace, it's a good 10-minute walk, 15 minutes. If you've got a couple of children with you, it's in no man's land. And as far as Miss Davis's assertion that it's quite large, and that's quite is a relative term, relative to the 7 miles of sand, maybe not, but it's a real facility and it's a family facility and it's well used. And I'd just like you to refer you to paragraph 33, which is to do with you don't need to look at it, but the impact on character and appearance of the area. And the very reasons that the officer's given for refusing this are the reasons I would say are the reasons for allowing it, because it says this location is unsuitable for the scale of operation because it's in a quieter part of the beach, which I'd have thought would be a very good reason for having it there. It is difficult to access this little bit here unless you're really determined to get there. So it becomes a destination in its own right. It's got toilets. They've put in the infrastructure for toilets, so that provides an amenity which is sadly lacking along a huge amount of this beach, because the toilets have disappeared or fallen down with a cliff lift on several occasions all the way along the beach. And it provides a destination. It's a long way from the prom diner, which is, I would guess, a mile away that way, and it's a long way from the pier. And I'm very, very supportive of it. The officer says if the cliff lift were to be reinstated, it won't be reinstated. The cliff is not stable enough to have a cliff lift of that type in that location. I've been representing that area for a long time. We're hoping to have a replacement cliff lift, but the chances of it being just there are remote because the cliff is still moving. And they've still got structural engineers monitoring it all the time. And as and when we have a new lift, it's likely to be of a completely different type that's not attached to the cliff, something stick out from the cliff. So the chances of it becoming busy with a cliff lift are very remote. And it's very quietness there, means it's not going to disturb anyone. Again, we haven't had no noise nuisance from it in the past 3 years, so I've no reason to suppose they will, but I'm very glad that if you're minded to accept this, that you would impose a noise condition on it. And also don't run away with thinking it's there all the time. It's there from April to September. As soon as the kids go back to school, it's starting to close down. And I think even though September's a lovely month, this is really a summer operation. And so it's not there for more of the year than it is there. And when it is there, it's a fabulous facility, which I suppose I better make a declaration. They don't know me, but I've used it and used it with my children and my grandchildren. So I would be very supportive. And I've done a straw poll. My 2 ward colleagues, Councillor Anne-Marie Moriarty and Councillor Sarah Armstrong, are both, I spoke to them both, and they're both absolutely in support of this. And so are the chairman. The people who would be most affected, who live here, would be the chairman of the blocks of flats which are along the overcliff. It is well protected, but nonetheless they would be the ones. And I spoke to one of the chairmen this morning who's in touch with all the others. There were no objections, and there have been no objections to any of their operations so far. So I would urge you to support it, because I think it's a fantastic amenity in a quiet bit of the beach where nothing else is happening, and it supports the seafront strategy 100%. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you, Councillor Feiler. So now we're over to questions, and I'm going to set the ball rolling. To ask Mr. Davis, I hadn't realised until we spoke on Tuesday that this has been in operation already for a few years. Can you clarify whether this is exactly as it has been for previous years, or is it different in any way?
Sorry, Chair, yes. This is a photograph that was taken last year of it actually in place, and you can see it's very similar to what's being proposed now.
You can't get a perspective of the dimension. You've got the cross beach dimension, but not the other way dimension. So, Councillor Tarling?
Yeah, I wanted at one of the speakers mentioned the TripAdvisor, and I was rapidly looking at TripAdvisor. It's not part of the planning submission. I appreciate that, but to answer the question you've just asked, I had a look at the photographs, and the scale does seem very similar to what was there previous years, in absence of proper planning information. I think that the photographs tend to lend itself to what we see there.
Thank you. Any other questions? Yes, Councillor Carver.
Thank you. Well, just to follow on from that, really, I suppose what has materially changed. I'm assuming that was planning permission previously proposed by for acceptance and was therefore accepted, or has the planning department always proposed refusal and has been overturned at committee? What's materially changed to make it a refusal this time?
Chair, yes, they didn't apply for consent previously. It was there without the benefit of planning permission. I think I'm not sure what the issue was with Seafront Services, but there may well have been some misunderstanding about the permitted development legislation relating to temporary uses, because you are allowed to have a use like this for a shorter period of time without needing planning consent.
Oh, excuse me, Councillor Rampton.
Thank you, Chair. When it was opened in previous years, was it for that permitted development period, or was it for longer? And were there any problems? Were there any antisocial behaviour problems or any complaints from residents?
Chair, as you've heard, I don't think there have been any complaints. and I'm not sure the length of time that it was there previously, but they've now applied for planning consent. We've got to consider it on its merits. The fact that it was there previously without consent is unfortunate, but you know, we're now where we are and considering this planning application on its merits.
No, it looks as though there are no more questions, so we're on to debate. I'm going to take Councillor Carr-Brown.
Thank you, Chair. So I'll say where I am at the moment, because I'm actually very torn on this. I am a huge supporter of things happening on our beach. I really am. I love that I think that we should use our beach more, and I think we should use it more for commercial opportunities. And I actually don't like having to walk too far without the option of a drink of some sort. I might think about rephrasing that.
On the non-alcoholic, but
indeed, and oh, absolutely. Thank you, Chair. However, one thing I really don't like about beach developments is I actually don't like exclusivity. I really hate exclusivity. It smells like privilege. And I'm not ever comfortable with that. I don't like the fencing off. I don't like the fact that you can't see through the fencing. I also really don't like having sun loungers, because that's very European, to have to buy a part of the beach. No, what I mean is you have beaches that are private, very, very commonly across the Mediterranean. Yeah. I hate that. I do not want to see that here. I think that is a bad idea. I do think it's quite large. I think it's quite sort of in your face. I'm clearly not finding my words well today. However, I do like the idea of beachside dining. I like all of that principle. I'm not yet decided as to whether this ticks enough boxes for me to get over the reservations, the strong reservations that I have. The fact that it's been going for 3 years without incident is a strong indicator that it's okay and lots of people like it. Anyway, I'm reserving my decision at the moment, but I just wanted to share my thoughts.
So now Councillor Tarling can have his turn.
Thank you. I can see me and Councillor Carr-Brown sharing a beach in Italy somewhere, and moaning at the same stuff. So, but I don't think I can afford your bar bill by the sounds of it. So I shall won't go further with this offer. However, I've written down exactly the same thing. My thoughts coming into this meeting were I didn't like it on scale and mass, and when I saw the Italian flag on it, not to be xenophobic, but I thought exactly the same thing about Italian beaches, where you get a public beach that's about, there's about 5% of the available beach, and everybody is crammed into it. And if you want to sit on a lounger on an Italian beach, you've got to pay like €20 for the pleasure. And exclusive, not inclusive, was my thoughts, and also the scale and massing. However, I have been very much swayed by the arguments, and I quite often come into planning meetings with an opinion that I form from reading the reports and the other information. This time, I think I exactly like Councillor Carr-Brown. I don't like it because it's not me. But there again, I don't go to this part of the beach in the summer anyway. I avoid Bournemouth. Christchurch has much nicer beaches, much more space, and freedom to move, and we don't have, apart from one bit of beach, a huge commercial operation on it. But the fact it's not for me doesn't mean it's not for everybody. And I have actually just had a look on TripAdvisor. I know we shouldn't be using this as a material planning consideration, but it's got some fantastic reviews. And if I was a visitor and I thought, well, I'm going down to the beach, where I'm going to go, I fancy a pasta, although unfortunately, a bit like you and drink, I need to skip a few pasta meals. But if I fancied a pizza or pasta, I would absolutely take Councillor Filer's recommendation of going to eat there, and TripAdvisor. So I think the point of it being an employer as well, and part of our Bournemouth culture and strategy, not one I necessarily completely adhere to. I've probably I was very much in the balance, probably to take the recommendation to reject, but I'll be honest, listening to Councillor Filer and the points that there's been little objection, and it's been running for 3 years, and it's got great trip advisory reviews. I'm actually I'm minded to go the other way on that. Thank you.
Councillor Rampton.
Yes, thank you. I must admit, when I first looked at this application and looked at the picture, I thought, ooh, I don't know if I fancy that. But having heard that it's been running for 3 years, whether or not that was compliant, and we don't know the reason for that, and that it's very successful, you know, we need a beach that's for everybody. And the point about hiring a sun lounger, well, if you go to the beach and you want to sit in a deck chair, you have to hire a deck chair. So I can't quite see the difference. I'm assuming there isn't like an entry fee to go in here. It's somewhere that people go to buy a meal and a drink and so on, and then use the facilities. And I think it's in accordance with the seafront strategy, I believe, and it's in accordance with CS7 and probably other bits. And I can't see why we wouldn't want to support a local business and have something which will appeal to a lot of people who we're hoping to attract to our lovely Bournemouth beaches. So I am supportive of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Any?
Thank you, Chair. I'm kind of sympathetic with all the other speakers, and I've been sitting on the fence a bit about this. Initial response was that we should go with the recommendation to refuse, but I can see the arguments for it as well. But I wanted to just sound a note of concern that it does feel like the council's not working in a very joined up way when we have something going out to tender to a local business saying, please put something on this site, and then we're saying, well, we don't want that on this site in planning terms. I wonder though if we should be going back to them and saying, please bring something here as we asked you to, but just not this. It's too big. It's too obtrusive. Is that the word I'm looking for? Yeah, one of those sorts of words. So it's not nothing. It's just maybe this is a step too far.
Thank you. Yes.
I think the high fencing on either side is very intrusive, and it's not really awarding people are dining as well, and they're sitting against a fence. Well, they're not really getting a beach experience. They might as well be anywhere, and you know, they might as well be inland. If you can't see this, if you can't see the sea and you can't see the beach, what is the point really? So I do wonder why you would want to sit on the beach and surround yourself with a 6-foot fence. You know,
I think the fence is level where most.
That's it.
Yeah, just on the fencing, I think the high fencing is only at the upper end, and then it goes down after that. But the other thing as well, when it comes to the sun loungers, is that it gives people does give people a different experience of the beach, because the site will be licensed, and one of the things which you get on a lot of European beaches is you can sit on a sun lounger anywhere on the beach and someone will come and serve you a cocktail. But obviously, due to the constraints of licensing and that being an on license, they wouldn't be allowed to scatter those sun loungers around the beach. So people want that experience. That is probably the only way that you're going to be able to deliver it.
Yes, sorry.
Is this not going to be the thin end of the wedge? If we let this go on, are we going to have that all the way along our lovely beach? I think it's hideous. That's my opinion.
Yeah.
Councillor,
I think you can draw a line, and I don't know where the line is, but I think it gets to a point where you're like, there's too much now, stop. And I think that's a reasonable opinion to take, where you can say to some of them and say, well, I think it's crossed my line. I know some people have said it's not for them. I'm probably not very Instagrammable, or both my followers would probably say I'm not, but I think it's quite, I don't know if this is a planning term, but I think it's quite vibey. Like, I really like it.
Yeah, like positive vibes, good photos. I'm not sure. Again, I'm not sure about the deck chairs, but some of the pods and stuff look nice. Again, at first I thought it looks massive in the picture, but then in the picture that Councillor Barlock took, it doesn't look quite nearly as intrusive as the design does. I don't think. And listening to how Councillor Finer explained it so eloquently, I think I'm happy to propose we go for it with conditions specifically on the noise and everything else, just to move things forward. I can't remember the other stuff. See, I think that looks smaller than the over picture, but that's my view. But yeah, I think we should go for it.
We've got a proposer. Have we got a seconder? Councillor Gillett. My reaction when I first saw the picture was how crowded it looked, how overcrowded. I've now blown the picture up, which of course has spread it out. But I mean, if people like sun lounges, they're the third row back. Well, that's up to them. I can't understand it, but obviously some people do, or they wouldn't be bringing them back again. If they didn't work, they'd have abandoned the project, that part of the project. I'm all for you using the beach, pop-up restaurants, whatever, but I'm unhappy with the fencing, the exclusivity, as you say. I'm unhappy with the crowded sun lounges. But I'm hearing both sides, and I'm still a bit ambivalent. So wait and see. We've got a proposal and a seconder, but we're still discussing it. Councillor Martin.
I think the problem, the thin end of the wedge is a really, really good argument. It is frightening in some parts of the world where you have to pay to go on the beach. We don't want to end up in that situation. I think really it's not a planning committee issue, but it's a local plan issue that we should be restricting. We should say so much % of the beach, even if it's 50%. But at the moment we haven't got those tools in place. That's what worries me. And I think those tools need to be put in place so that we can restrict it, legitimately restrict it.
Oh no, thanks. I was just sat there trying to work out what motion's going forward, because if there's a motion to vote to overturn the officer recommendation to allow the application, I'd be grateful for an opportunity to put a couple of points of clarification for myself, and also to outline some potential conditions. But I'm not quite sure where the move's going at the moment.
But we're still in the course of the debate. Mr. Davis wanted to speak as well.
Chair, yes, I was just going to reiterate what Simon had said, and also make it clear that the application for the gym was only approved for a 1-year temporary consent.
Are you suggesting that would be an appropriate condition if we were to decide to approve this?
Yes, Chair. I think reflecting on the conditions, I think all the conditions that were recommended for the gym would be appropriate for this application as well.
Thank you.
With the addition, Chair, if I may, about the two conditions that were in the addendum for the previous application, one relating to the flood risk assessment, the other relating to the noise, the delegated authority back to officers to finalise the wording on the conditions.
I'm not happy with both those conditions. Just thought find that.
Well, you're happy with them. There was also a suggestion of including a condition about advertising. Oh, there was. Yeah, right. Yes. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. So we've got a motion to accept the application contrary to officer recommendation and it's been duly seconded. The officers I know want to talk about possible conditions and things, but is there any more debate from the floor at the moment? No. So over to Mr. Gould. Oh, sorry. Councillor, do you want to?
Yeah, no, I was trying to sort of get Councillor Rampton's and Adam's attention just on the conditioning, and I thought, well, I might as well put my sixpence worth in that. Yes, I would support this as long as it's heavily conditioned, akin to those that's at the gym. I'm happy for the officers to read out those conditions that would be put in for clarification, and I would put, just for ease of your sake, Madam Chair, put that in as an amendment so that we can vote on it, and then vote on the conditions as an amendment, if that's the way to do it. No, so
Chair, I think we can clarify.
I'll withdraw that then.
As I understand it, the
Wait,
proposer.
official, you know.
So, Chairman, as I understand it, the proposer has said he's happy with incorporating in his recommendation the conditions essentially along the lines of the previous consent which members just granted. I think Mr. Gould is now going to explain those conditions, and if that can be confirmed by the mover that he's happy with those, then that will come forward as the motion for members to vote on.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. If members are minded to overturn the officer recommendation and vote to approve this, then the sorts of conditions that we would be suggesting, there would be a requirement for a scheme of lighting to be submitted and agreed. They would need to deal with the flood risk assessment. There would be a need for noise conditions for the points that Councillor Filer raised earlier, hours of use, waste management, condition to deal with the design of the containers, the cladding of them. And then there's been a suggestion that it would be a temporary permission for 1 year, but operating only between the months of April to September this year. And then some informative notes around repairing structures if they become damaged in storms, and an informative note about if they attach anything to the seawall and do any damage because that's not their property. So yeah, I think that would cover it, Chair.
Councillor Rampton.
Thanks, Chair. I'm sorry if I've missed this, but is there a requirement for everything to be removed at the end of the season?
I don't think that came into it because the recommendation was for refusal. So
could I suggest that that is added, please, as a recommendation?
Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, Chair. Just a bit of a confab there. Temporary permission. Yeah. So there was a condition also on the gym application to remove all the structures and equipment post the end of the summer season, so around September time. So we could certainly look to add that. The final point is a point that we just appreciate a bit of commentary from members about why it would be deemed appropriate to give it a temporary permission.
Right.
So the talk has been obviously giving a 1 year temporary permission. We'd appreciate just a bit of debate from the members as to why they feel that's appropriate. Thank you.
So Councillor Tarling, who was already aiming to speak, whether on this subject
yeah,
or
no,
not, I don't know.
well, yeah, yes, I have one little extra point on the waste management, and having I don't know why I was on the beach at 3 o'clock in the morning in Bournemouth, but it was out by the festival scene. I was struck by the number of rats that are running around the promenade, actual big hairy ones, and I would just make sure that the waste management condition does actually have things like steel bins and stuff like that, and it's in the best interest of environmental health for that. But it was a concern of mine that there's a very large rat population on the beach at Bournemouth, but just regarding the reason for a year is that we don't know if the beach is going to be there next year, and you know, we've got global warming, we've got storms, we know the beach changes a lot, therefore you know, there might not be enough beach for it for next year, so that would be a very good reason not to give it more than a year's permission. And as the applicant has approved, they put it there and taken it away each year, so and not had it. So for me, that's a reasonable. It's not permanent ground, basically.
I mean, on temporary condition, I mean, as I understand it, I'll be corrected if I'm wrong. This is normally an application for full permission. Now, if you're looking to impose a temporary condition, there has to be a good reason for doing so. I hear the global warming argument, but that may or may not be relevant. It's relevant, but maybe not in a short term of a year. But all I was going to observe is, I mean, it's a matter for members. All I'd observe is obviously this is the first time. this may have operated in the past, but it hasn't operated by way of a formal consent. I guess if members were concerned as to how this is going to operate and how it might function, then that might be a reason for a trial period. In other words, to give it a year to see what happens. And that might be a justification for a temporary period that members felt comfortable with. But I note that simply because there has been some history of this, but this is the first time it's had a formal permission, and obviously how the conditions and all operate in relation to it will be a matter of something which you will know as time goes on. So that might be a reason whether a year is appropriate for the matter.
My memory is that Mr. Davis will come back on this, I hope, because he's been case officer in all the cases, that all the ones we've considered have been for a year only.
Chair, yes, that's correct. We have put a temporary consent on all of the other consents and for a year, because they are temporary materials, and secondly also to give the council the opportunity to review it as part of their strategy. And I know the seafront strategy is being reviewed at the moment, so the council will then have the opportunity to be able to consider where the strategy is going as well.
Councillor Carr-Brown and then Councillor Martin.
Thank you. That was actually more or less my point, was that we have a local plan that is in the pipeline to reflect what my fellow councillor said. We have the seafront strategy that will return. And so it seems fitting that within the strictures of what the council itself is planning, and ultimately this is for the council to decide, that's why we're dealing with planning permission. I think we need the flexibility built in of having a review.
Councillor Martin.
Very similar to what Councillor Carr-Brown just said, and yourself, sir, that basically I think giving a 1 year permission is just a way of proceeding with caution while we develop a proper strategy, long-term strategy. So I would totally agree with that.
Councillor Hilliard.
No, it's Councillor Rice.
Oh, I thought you said you. Councillor Rice.
I was wondering whether we can condition the height of the fencing at the front, because there was quite a few comments about that blocking the view, and whether that could be the same height as the rest of the panel, so 1.1 metres.
Chair, yes, there's no reason why you couldn't put a condition on that says, notwithstanding the details shown, the height of the perimeter enclosure shall be agreed. We can deal with that by condition and negotiation. Of course, one of the issues is, one of the reasons why they do need a high fencing part of it is because it's helping to screen those fairly unattractive container units. But there's perhaps other parts where.
Sorry, just for what I heard Councillor Carr-Brown say from across the room, I wouldn't be overly happy having that condition, because the big bit of fencing is by the containers. So I don't see the point in it, but open to everyone else's views.
So are you saying you cannot see the point of reducing the fences because the views will be obscured by the containers anyway?
Because all it's shielding is there's about a 30-centimetre gap that you could probably see through to the other side of the beach, unless I'm looking at it.
But comparison with the gyms, they were containers there, and it's got very open fencing. So, yeah.
Yeah, I was just going to just answer that one. It is actually on the drawing showing the heights of the fencing, 1.4, and then there's about 1100 mil grey panel fence, and then a mesh fence over for the seating area. And then there's a bit that's actually a bit vague, but there's a metre high safety glass screening, and then a bit in the red, shown in red, which doesn't actually have a height to it. It's shown as the same there. So it's slightly different on the elevation to the plan, but yeah, so that's it.
Okay.
Mesh and glass.
So we've got a motion, seconded, to accept the planning application contrary to officer recommendation, with if that acceptance goes ahead, with the conditions, repeating the conditions from the gym, and Also, the additional one, well, it's in the gym one now from the Environment Agency regarding flooding
Noise.
and noise. Yeah. So,
Well, I would like to add the option of the condition for reducing the heighting fence, so maybe we need to vote on that.
it'll be an amendment
yeah.
and it needs a seconder.
Does anybody want to second?
Oh, councillor Martin, you seconding?
Yeah. Just wanted to make a quick point. It's just occurred to me that we're talking about the height of the fencing. In the event of a fire breaking out, is how would people get out of that?
Mr. Davis?
Chair, I see you see the red areas there. I imagine they're the fire escape zones.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, thank you. So we've had a proposal not seconded to make an amendment on the height of the fencing. Right, thank you. Councillor Salmon has seconded it. So we ought, as an amendment, we ought to take that first.
Chair, can I just clarify what's actually meant by that? Because of course there's fencing and screening, and they're all in different parts of the site. So it's we could get a bit more guidance on exactly the fence that needs to be lowered or the screening that needs to be lowered. As you can see, the tall fencing covers the gubbins, the containers and everything, and when you go down to more towards the beach, you've got a lower fence but with a screen above it. Is it the screen above the fence that's not liked, or is it?
So, Councillor Rice, can you clarify?
Well, just looking at the descriptions, I think that Councillor Carling read out before, the image that we're being provided on the screen there seems to be quite different from what's been described in the planning, because it says 1.1 metre high grey fence panel, which is on the image that you showed us before. That one. Oops. Back a bit. Oh, no, if you go to the one that shows it on the beach, sort of a visualization of it.
Chair, those are the plans. The other illustrations is only diagrammatic, and the other photograph was of the previous year.
That CGI. Is it a CGI? Is that what it's called?
Chair, yes,
so part of the openness there is that the fencing around all of the seating and the deck chairs is only at 1.1 meters, but actually they're saying there's going to be a 1.1 meter mesh over the top of that.
Yeah, Chair, yes, if you look at that photograph there, the grey parts is a low fence with a glazed screen above it.
So I'm suggesting that all the way around. I think
you would prefer so the area to the right that's in buff and to the left that's in the coloured in buff, you would prefer that to be lower. The only issue I have with that is that actually screens the containers behind. So
but they're going to be clad. They're going to be clad, aren't they?
Yes, they will be clad. Although yes, it's up to members to decide. You've got two options. You either have those units screened by the fencing, the raffia fencing that you've got there, or alternatively, the fencing comes down and you have the units clad.
That's a good.
In terms of that, just where those higher fences are, that's where the bathrooms are at the back there. So it'd probably be almost better if it were higher, and then people would have more privacy when they're waiting for the if they are waiting for the bathroom.
Mr. Lord?
We don't have fences around the public toilets on the beach, do we?
Yeah, just trying to sort of add a bit more clarity and picking up on what Councillor Gillett says. If you look at the floor layout plan, the fences will screen the containers, but Councillor Rice makes a valid point that there is a condition to clad the containers. So in theory, you don't need to rely on the fence to screen something if you've got a nice cladding design. I suspect the reality of the operation will be when you look at the other aspects on the layout plan. This is good. These areas will be like the back of house, so they will not just be screening containers. They will probably be also screening all the other bits that you would have associated with operational uses there. So maybe pallets with drinks on and stuff like that. So I suspect there'll be quite cluttered areas as like a back of house part of the site. So I think members would need to have that in mind. If there's a desire to reduce the height of the fencing in the area of the compound towards the promenade.
Well, from my point of view, I see this as a responsibility for being on that site, is that we have to respect people that are walking along the promenade. They should be able to see the sea from the promenade. And by having the privilege of having a restaurant on the beach, then it should be kept in a nice looking way. And we shouldn't need to put up barriers that screen everybody else's benefit of seeing the sea, just because they're taking the privilege of being on the beach. That's sort of where I'm coming from.
I think you'll find the officer recommendation is to refuse.
Touche, as they say. Councillor Hampton.
Thank you, Chair. It looks to me, looking on this this picture, that the see-through fencing, if you like, the grey fencing, actually comes up to about the same height as the raffia fencing. Would it not be possible just to have that grey fencing going all the way around, which aesthetically is nicer?
It's nice. It's got mesh on top.
Yeah, you got the mesh. That's
I think that's what Councillor Rice was proposing. Possibly with the screening on top, I thought you said. We have the amendment to the possible conditions should we accept. I mean, it's all a bit hypothetical at the moment. So on the basis that the committee may accept this application, among the conditions, do you wish to also condition that the height of the fence be a maximum of the 1.1 plus screening, which I think is what you're proposing, is it not, Councillor Rice?
Yes.
Okay, so if you feel that that condition should be included, will you vote for it now?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
And those against?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
And I'm abstaining.
Chairman, I think you can't have say.
I think I had to use a casting vote. Huh?
Can I just check something on that? So if that vote went for, if it voted against, then could we have another vote about not including the fencing, or
what?
Chair,
no, that would decide it either way. This one.
No, Chair, I think so. I'm going to try and.
Yeah.
I apologise, Chair. I'm going to try, and I'm happy for the committee clerk to correct me on all this. But I understand the original motion was basically to go with an approval and essentially all the conditions as with the previous application that was approved, subject to power tweak a couple. The amendment which came forward was exactly the same, but this time add a condition which imposed the maximum fence height of 1.1 metres. If that falls, then of course it's open for an amendment to say, actually, now I want it with no fencing, because it's the same conditions, but with a requirement that there should be no fencing around it. I think that would be another amendment, as I understand it.
So we were voting on an amendment.
It would be a further amendment, I think.
No, just now we were voting on it.
Yes, you were voting on an amendment.
No, I'm not going to abstain. When I can get a word in edgeways, I am going to support the amendment.
So in that case, the amendment becomes a substantive motion. And so you now have a recommend, I believe.
Wait, so we have.
So I'm looking at the committee clerk. He's looking like Betsy. I thought she voted.
I voted for the amendment.
So Chair has voted for the amendment. That becomes a substantive motion. So members are now potentially voting on a recommendation to approve with all the conditions as per the last one, subject to power delegated to the head of planning to tweak a couple, and a condition which will basically say there shall be no fencing, I believe. That.
No, limited height.
Oh, sorry, over 1.1 metres. Yes, thank you.
Right. Okay. So now we come to the vote on the motion, which is, as Mr. Firth has just said, I'm not going to repeat it all. So if you wish to support the motion as amended, with all those conditions as amended, please vote now.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
The whole thing. 6. Okay, and those against?
1, 2, 3, 4.
And I'm still the abstention, which is probably illogical, but never mind, that's how I'm voting. But the motion is carried. So this is, the application is approved contrary to officer recommendation. Okay, I've had a request for a short break. So 5 minutes? 5 minutes? So welcome back everybody for the final session of today's planning committee. We only have one item left on the agenda, and that's item 6G, the Ferryman Nuki Road pool. And the case officer to give us a presentation is Miss Sophie Birch. And yes, we can see that, Sophie.
Great, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you too.
Okay, I'll make a start. The application in front of you today is at 6 Nuki Road in Poole, and it seeks part retrospective planning permission for the erection of a 4-storey building comprising office accommodation on the ground floor and 10 self-contained flats, which will be 100% affordable housing. So the broad location, it's to the south of Poole Quay and northwest of the ferry terminal, also just south of the bridge. This map was when the ferryman was still in situ, and this has since been lawfully demolished. Some site photos from a different angle. Then this is from the roundabout just before the site, and then this is looking up towards the site from Nuki Road. So here's the proposed site plan and the site plan of the approved 2021 scheme, which, as outlined in the report, is considered a plausible fallback position. Overall, the amount of plot coverage and layout is extremely similar, and the main changes between this scheme and the extant scheme are the creation of an additional flat through the subdivision of the top floor, changes to the roof design and the proposed materials, and changes to the internal layout. So here are the proposed ground and first floor plans. 3 office units will occupy the ground floor with an undercroft to provide access to parking at the rear, and on the first floor there are 4 one-bedroom flats. So the second and third floor plans, the second floor also comprised of 4 one-bedroom flats, then the top floor, which is set back on all sides, comprised of 2 one-bedroom flats. So here are some elevations, and then that's the 2021 scheme, and then you can see them side by side. It's important to note with this application that the site is located in flood zones 2 and 3, and also within a future flood zone. The site does fall within Poole Town Centre sequential test exemption area, meaning no sequential test is required to be submitted under this application. However, notwithstanding this, residential development on the application site introduces additional assets at risk into an area of high risk of flooding, with currently no long-term plan for mitigating this risk. It is noted that there is, however, a significant amount of planning history on the site which did not identify this issue, and in the 2018 appeal, this was not a refusal reason. Nonetheless, it is accepted that there are a number of these residential schemes which have been granted, and the 2021 scheme, which remains extant, allows for 9 flats in total, 8 one-bed and 1 two-bed flat. The current scheme seeks permission for 10 one-bed flats. Therefore, whilst the overall number of units has increased, the number of occupiers in the building, so 10 people, will not have increased. It has been argued by the agent that therefore the current scheme does not increase the overall assets at risk in the flood risk area. Consequently, due to the particular circumstance of this application and the nature of its operation by the local authority, it is considered reasonable to condition the number of occupiers to ensure there is no increase from that allowed by the previous approval. As such, with this condition as a safeguard, the scheme would not result in any additional number of people put at risk of flooding in comparison to the 2021 scheme. In terms of other considerations, the scheme is very similar in terms of layout, height and form to the 2021 scheme. The overall style is contemporary, and it is considered that the scheme will have an acceptable impact on the character and appearance of the area. With regards to the impact on amenity, each flat meets or exceeds the national minimum space standards for a 1-person, 1-bedroom flat. The impact on the amenities of neighbouring residents have also been carefully considered, and it's considered that the scheme is acceptable and compliant with policy in this regard. In terms of parking provision, 8 car parking spaces are proposed. This is a shortfall of 4 car parking spaces which are required under the parking standards SPD. With the previous approval, 8 spaces were also provided, however only 9 flats were proposed. The highways team could on balance offer support to this scheme, as there were highway improvements in the form of the widening of the footpath to the front of the site. This improvement is not offered with this scheme. Waste storage is considered acceptable, and both sustainability and biodiversity enhancements can be ensured through conditions. In terms of planning balance, the proposal would provide 10 flats and commercial units on the ground floor. The scheme has an acceptable impact on the character and appearance of the area, and also an acceptable impact on the amenity of future occupiers and that of neighbouring residents. Occupiers will be at significant risk of flooding now and in the future, although the design has sought to provide design solutions to minimise this risk. With regards to the lack of support from the highways team, the total shortfall in comparison to the 2021 scheme is one space. It is also noted that development of one-bed flats on the directly adjacent land to the east would not attract a minimum parking requirement under the parking SPD, and the site is not inherently unsustainable for lower parking provision. It is also noted that this scheme will provide 100% affordable housing, whereas the previous scheme did not provide any affordable housing. It is considered that this contribution, and taking the existing permission into account, carries significant weight, and in this instance outweighs the shortfall of parking. The scheme is therefore recommended for approval, subject to the completion of a Section 106 agreement. Thanks.
Thank you as much. We only have one speaker registered, and that's Mr. Darrell Howells to speak on behalf of the applicant.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, members. This planning application will deliver 100% affordable housing on a site which is close to the town centre of Poole. The application has been fully considered by your senior planning officer, and of course I would ask you to endorse her recommendation to approve. As you have heard, this site benefits from full planning permission to erect a 4-storey building comprising an office and 9 flats above. Just to let you aware, and I think Sophie mentioned it towards the end of her presentation, there is no affordable housing secured under that scheme whatsoever. The proposed building before you today is essentially the same offering, other than that the top floor penthouse has been split into 2 one-bedroom flats to maximise the occupation. The impact of the street scene, neighbours, the port and the highway remain the same. The scheme has been designed to take account of the flood risk and is supported by an emergency evacuation plan to enable occupiers to leave prior to any flood event occurring. The extant planning consent could accommodate between 10 to 19 people, but when that decision was issued, no issue of flooding or means of escape was raised or conditioned by the local planning authority. And as you have heard, that condition is extant. This current scheme will accommodate up to 10 people, so the scheme, in my opinion, is a betterment to the extant position. As you have heard, the building will be managed by BCP Council officers, so strict controls over occupation numbers will ensure that no more than 10 people can reside at the building at any one time. It is disappointing that your highway officer is unable to support the application. However, the shortfall of car parking needs to be balanced against the benefit of the scheme, namely affordable housing in a highly sustainable location. Paragraph 4.3.4 of the SPD does allow for lesser car parking if it's mitigated or justified. In this case, the site is within a few minutes walk of the town centre, local shops and services, and there are bus stops only within 95 metres of the site, offering a high frequency public transport every day. I would ask you to support the application and deliver affordable housing to the site. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Howells. So over to members for questions, first of all. I realise it's in Councillor Hitchcock's ward. Do you want to start us off? Any questions?
I have no problem with it at all.
Thank you. Councillor Salmon and Councillor Harbour.
Thank you, Chair. My question was about the nature of the housing provision, because it's kind of referred to fairly obliquely, and apologies if there's some sensitivity that I'm not aware of, but it's made very clear that there could only be 1 occupant per flat given the usage of the building, and I just wanted to understand what we're talking about because it's not made clear in the report.
Chair, I'm happy. So my understanding is all the units are operated by BCP, and they operate specifically for people who are homeless. So they, having spoken to the applicant as BCP, the advice given to us is that the nature of the people that are placing in the accommodation is such that they only want single people in those units. So that's coming from so putting the Chinese walls between us as the planning authority and us as the authority operating the units. But yes, that's the explanation given to us, Chair.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Carber.
I think it's a very minor point, but I just wondered, it said on the previous application that there was a provision to widen the footway to 2.5 metres and that's not in the current application. I just wondered why not? Does it still, I mean, why not? Why can't we just add it if it was seen as helpful in the first place?
Can you help us on that, Miss Birch?
I'm not sure of the exact reasons why. If there's that's probably something for the agent to answer, or Lee. I see that you could potentially help.
Yes, Mr. Smith from Transport.
Yes, Chair, from our Harris point of view, as you see, we're recommending, we're not supporting the application. The 2.5 metre widening just hasn't been put forward by the applicant as part of this proposal, and therefore that's what's before you for you to consider. It's their choice whether they offer it or not. Obviously, from our point of view, we'd prefer to see it as per what was on the previous application, but we just consider what's before us, and they've not offered it as part of this application.
Thank you.
Sorry, I need to come back on that because my understanding is we're retrospectively just accommodating the fact that they put 2 flats in the top. Yes. Sorry.
Replaced a larger 2-bed flat on the top floor with two single one.
So the rest is built. Yes.
Yes. Yes.
So why haven't they done the highway part already?
Good question. I don't have an answer. I don't have an answer to that. Had they? So were we going back to the previous permission and we were implementing that, and there was a breach of condition, we could have enforced that if it was expedient to do so.
So I didn't hear what you said at the end.
Okay, sorry. So if the scenario was they were building out the previous planning permission, then they've got plans and conditions to comply with on that previous planning condition. If they didn't do that because they built a different scheme or they didn't comply with the condition, then it would be full for us to decide whether to take enforcement action against that or not, depending on the seriousness of the breach and whether it was expedient to enforce that to deliver that highway improvement.
Any other questions? Okay, open for debate then. Don't all rush. Councillor Hilliard.
Thank you, Chair. As the officer clearly pointed out, it is essentially retrospective and almost built out, and it is just changing the top floor from a 2-bed to 1-bed. So I can't see material differences. So I'm happy to propose a set out.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Hitchcock as ward councillor. That's a recommendation. Anyone want to debate, or shall we go straight to the vote? I think we go straight to the vote. So we have a motion to support in line with the officer recommendation. Those in favour vote now.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Unanimous. So thank you everybody. The meeting is now closed and